Chapter 1 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Dykshoorn in March 2025. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 1, Gaul. If you will look on your map and find France, you will see that it is a large tract of land with the Alps on one side of it. Then it has the sea on one side and great chains of hills. The air is pure and the soil good, so that most plants and fruits that are sought for food grow there. They do not have the long rains that fall in some lands, and they seem to have more days when the sun shines than their friends in London, where it is said the fogs are so thick that one can lean on them. The folks of France are quick and bright, and fond of dance and song. In the old times, the land was known by the name of Gaul. In the year 124 B.C., Rome, which was then queen of the world, took Gaul and made it part of her realm. But the folks of Gaul could not rest as slaves, and there were more fights, till at last the great Julius Caesar came, and a war took place that did not end for 10 years, and Rome kept the land. But Rome did not keep the land in peace, for there were bands of men who strove to take it from her. One of these took the name of Franks, which means free. They came in and won a large tract of land, and grew in strength so that at last they gave the name of France to the whole. There can be seen still in Paris marks of the times when Rome held it, some of the grand baths that were built, and what is left of a fine house, the home of a king. In one part of France there is a great earthwork, as we might call it, which is still left from those old times. It was made for games, and is dug out of the earth. It was so made that there was room for vast crowds to sit or stand in it, rank on rank, and look at the games. This was an odd way to build, for it is in the ground and does not rise from the ground. It may be you would like to hear what kind of a house a Roman had to live in that time in Gaul. Each house was large, and had more rooms in it than we have in ours, and, as they had no stairs, it was spread out on more ground. It was built of stone or clay, and had rich things in it, but the rooms in which folks slept were like cells. In each house slaves were kept, and they were chained in their cells at night lest they should rise up and kill those who had torn them from their own homes. For these slaves were those who had been won in war, and we may be sure they did not love the men who held them and made them work. The Franks were fond of war, and did not rest long in peace. At first they made war with bows, but in time they took a sort of axe, which they would hurl at their foes. They had, too, a strange sort of lance, which had at the end a hook with a barb like a fish hook, and they had swords and darts. The chief rode on a horse to the war, all the rest of the men fought on foot. The slaves did all the farm work. Clovis was the first king of the French. He had not the true faith in Christ at first, but was one of those who bow down to gods of wood and stone. But his wife had been brought up in the home of one who bent the knee to the true God, and once when Clovis was at war and thought he would lose the fight, he made a vow to God that if he would save him, he would serve him from that time. He won that fight and kept the vow, that is, he held to the form, but he had not the true love for Christ in his heart. His reign was one long war, and the way he kept his men true was to give them leave to rob those who fell in their hands. There was a tribe by the name of Goths, a rough, plain folk from the woods of the north, who had made part of France their own. Though the name Goth means good, we cannot say these folks were fond of good works, but they were less fierce than some tribes at that day. With these Clovis went to war, and he gave out that he did so by God's will, for he said that he had sent some of his men to a church where it was the wont to chant the psalms day and night, and had told them they must note just the words of the chant when they went in. They were these words: Thou wilt give me the necks of my foes, that I may kill them that hate me. They cry, but there is none to hear them, even to the Lord, but he hears them not. These words Clovis chose to take as meant for him, and he went into the war with strong faith that he would win. It is said that at one time in the march they came to a stream and did not know how to cross, when a hind which had been hid in a wood near by made a start in her fright, and ran in view of all the men, and by this means made plain to them the right ford by which they might pass. This pass is known to this day as the Place of the Hind. Clovis did win this fight, and took a large tract of land from the Goths. He had a long reign and left 4 sons. He did much for the church and gave it large gifts, but he did more than one bad deed that not all his gifts could make good. The next king of note was Dagobert, who was known as a good king, though he came to the throne by a crime. He was said to be so just that he would not take a bribe, and that seems to have been a strange thing in those days, so that he holds a high place spite of his great crimes. The kings that came next were of no great note until Pepin left 2 sons, who came to the throne as joint kings. They did not get on well, and were on the point of war, when the death of one left Charles the Great alone. He is known as Char-le-magne, which means Charles the Great. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2. Charles the Great, Char-le-magne. The French are proud of Charles the Great, and those who write of him say that he was kind to all, that he gave to the poor, was not vain, and was full of good works, that he did not love false praise, and did not waste gold in feasts. But we know he was fond of war, and that is a vice. He is said to have been tall, more than 6 feet in height, and was well made, save that his neck was short and thick. He had a kind way with him, which won the hearts of the folk, and so they were glad to let him take their sons from them and lead them to the fights which went on most of the time. When we think of the age in which he had his reign, we must own that Charles the Great had a right to his name. Though he spent so much time in war, he did much for the land and the folks of France. He took care of the arts of peace, and was glad to learn and teach the folk new things. One great good point in him was that he did not like to waste time. He gave out each day to those in his house the tasks they were to do, and while he had his clothes put on, he would have someone read aloud to him. There were few books in those days, and he sent for men who had made a name in the world and kept them in his court. He built a great school in Paris, which is said to have been one of the first in Europe. In those days it was not strange for the great men not to know how to write. They were not taught in their youth, for there were men by the name of scribes who did all that sort of work. Those in high rank were not taught to write, and most of them could not read. So Charles the Great did not know how to write, and though he took great pains to learn, he could not, for it was too late in his life. You see, to learn well you must make the most of your time when you are young. Charles the Great was not fond of dress or state or show, and did not put on the robes of a king, but wore the same styles as those in low rank, a short cloak for warmth, or a vest of skins with the fur on. He was not choice in what he ate, but chose plain food, such as roast meat, and it was brought up just as it came from the fire on the spit, as that was in use to cook on in those days. In all his reign his great wish was to bring in new lands, and so he was all the time at war. He fought with Spain and with Italy, and at last won so much of the land that the crown of Lombardy was set on his head by the hands of the Pope. He won too a large tract of land in Spain. In fact, he was at war with all he could reach, and it is strange that he found time to do aught but fight. His war with the Huns we must praise, for they were a band of thieves, and were glad to know that he came at last to the place where they had hid their spoils for years, and took them all. He had one wife of low birth, and the folks had no love for her, nor she for them. She had a proud, cold heart, and did not care for the poor from whom she had sprung, and she made Charles the Great more hard to them than he had the wish to be, so that there was a plot made to kill him in her time. But it was found out, and most of those who were in it were put to death. Charles the Great had 3 sons, and he gave to each a share of the lands he had won. One took a part of Spain, and one a part of Italy, but 2 out of the 3 were torn from him by death. The loss of his sons made a great change in this king. He grew old, and lost his health and strength, and at last could not walk save with help. He shrank from all care, and spent his time in good works. He read books which led his heart to God, and he strove to learn God's will in his word. He gave to the poor, and would pray for hours at a time. When he felt that he must die, he had just strength to make the sign of the cross with his hand. Then he shut his eyes and said, "O Lord, into thy hands I give my soul," and his breath was soon gone. This was in the year 814. They laid him to rest at Aix-la-Chapelle, in a church which he had built there. We are told that he was laid there with the robes of a king on him, his gold crown on his head, his sword by his side, and a gold shield at his feet. But he had in the tomb with him the great book of books which holds the word of God, too, and the purse for the poor which had gone with him at all times. But there came thieves in the course of time, who broke into the tomb to rob it, and they took all that they could find. So that the words, "To Charles the Great," on the stone that faces the tomb, is all that is left to mark the spot in this day. A gold cross and a horn for the hunt are shown as his now, but one is not sure about them. One son was left at his death. Charles the Great had made a great deal of land his own, a large part of Italy, all of Germany, half of Spain, and all of France had to bow down to him as lord. It was in his reign that men first took their dates of time from the birth of our Lord, and church bells were first put in use. The style of church he built in that day was like those he had seen in Italy. He had a long life and a long reign, and with all his faults was a great man. It said he was not fond of the French, though he was their king, and he would not have the French tongue in use at his court. So the folks were glad to hail with joy his son Louis, who had been born and brought up in their midst, and might be thought to love their ways. Louis was kind and mild, and had won their love, so that he was known as Louis the Good-natured. When he took his way through the land, all met him with joy. The folk thought he would right all their wrongs and heal all their woes. But though he was mild, he was weak, and their hopes came to naught. He had one son, Charles, who was more dear to him than the rest, and all his reign was full of strife for this cause. His sons rose and made war on him, and to the last he had no peace. He did not keep up the fame of his great name, and when he was dead his sons spent much time in strife. Each had the wish to rule the whole land, but at last each had to take a part. There were no more great men in this race. At this time, when the kings were weak and the land full of strife, there were some men at the north far off known by the name of Northmen or Normans. They saw that the land was not at peace, and they thought that would be a good chance for them to come in and steal. So now and then they would dash down from their homes in the north, snatch what they could, and fly to their ships with it. This they did more than once, and all the land was in great fear. They would seek out a church and seize the rich spoils of gold and stuffs, and be off with them. The homes of the priests and monks were not left in peace, for in them they knew they would find rich spoils. The worst of it was that when they had all they chose to take, they would burn down a church or a house with all there was left in it. Once they went up the Seine to the great town of Paris and made a raid. The king was so weak that he bought them off with a large bribe, but we may be sure they soon came back for more. The fear of these thieves was so great that the folk had a clause when they went to pray in church, and would cry with one voice, "From the wrath of the Normans, good Lord, keep us." At this time France was in a bad state. The rich men took no heed to the poor, and the poor did not know where to turn for help. Wolves came out from the woods in great packs, and the poor folk had not the sense to form plans to keep them back. Few but the monks could read and write, so you see there was small chance to learn. Vice was in the court, and want with the poor. There were, to be sure, scribes whose trade it was to write, but they were priests. It was a sad state of things. Kings came and went, but there was small change. There was one who is known as Charles the Fat, and you may guess by his name that he was fond of good things to eat. He had small care for his land, and would not leave his feasts for war, but left his folk to fight it out as best they could. So the Normans made more than one raid and took more than one bribe. The kings then thought it was not so hard to give a bribe to their foes as to fight them. Charles the Fat soon lost what small grains of sense he had been born with, and they drove him out from his home. But for a kind priest who took him in, he might have come to his death at the wayside. The poor mad king drew his last breath in his friend's home, and his son Charles, who had so small a share of sense that he had the name of Charles the Simple, came to the throne. He was the last one left of the race of Charles the Great, a sad end for a great race. He could take no part in the rule of the land, but he had a great name, and so he was kept on the throne. There was one of the Normans by the name of Rollo, who led his men with great skill, and France was in such fear of them that a large tract of land was made a bribe by Charles the Fat to keep them at peace. For this gift, Rollo said that he would be a friend to France, and that he and all his men would serve the true God. So that part of the land was known as Normandy, and Rollo was the Duke, and was one of the 12 peers of France. He gave up all of his old fierce ways from that time, and kept the French laws. He built schools, and in time all his folk spoke the French tongue. They had a strange mode of life in those days. Each rich man had a strong house like a fort, and there were no shops, but those who sold went from house to house with what they had for sale. You see in our day men with packs on their backs who walk from house to house and sell small things, such as tape, lace, spools of thread and pins, but at that time rich gems and silk and spice and all that was rare and of great worth were sold in that way. Each of these rich lords had his own men who could make his shoes, or shoe his horse, or build, or work at each of the trades, and these men had their poor homes near him. When there was aught to fear, they all flew to the great house, to hide in its safe walls, and woe to him who did not reach the gate in time. For these lords were not at peace, but had small feuds of their own. So each great house had a large store of food on hand at all times, so that if their foes came on them they would not starve, and they built where there were wells nearby, that they might not die of thirst. For you know folks cannot be brave when they have naught to eat and drink. There were 12 men in France who were known as peers, and you have heard that Rollo was made a peer of France. These peers were men who held their lands by a gift from the king. When a peer took the gift, he knelt down and took off his cap and belt and spurs. Then he put his 2 hands in the king's, and swore to use his hands, his gold, and his life for him. The king on his side swore that he would not ask him to make war on the church, and in more ways than one he would take care of him. But the peer must go with the king to war when he chose, and if his prince should lose his horse in the fight, he must give him his own. If the foe should seize the king, the peer had to take his place. The lords of the land grew more and more strong in their forts, and the poor man had no chance in those days, and all was war and strife till a plague came. When death was on all sides, they were full of fear, and they made a league that they would live in peace from that time. But as that was too hard for some of them, they took a vow that they would keep some days in the week free from fights. At Rollo's death his land was the best part of France, for he was brave and good, and he left a son who was like him. He in his turn had a son, and when he came to his death at the hands of a bad man, this poor boy was left to his foes. At least, they got him in their hands at the court, and made believe that they would take care of him and teach him. His name was Richard, and he found a friend at court who made a plan to save him. One night, when the king and all his lords were at the feast, this friend took the poor child from his bed and hid him in a great truss of hay. Then he put the hay on his back, as if he was on his way to feed his horse, for a grand lord would at times do that much for a horse of great price that was dear to him. So he took the child out of the house, and when he had got clear of the town, men met them, and the boy was soon safe with his own friends. When he was grown and came to his own, he made a good prince. He had a kind heart, and won the love of all. He had a true love for God, and sought to serve him. His face was fine, and his kind looks and ways, his long white beard and white hair as he grew old, are told of in Norman songs and tales to this day. He had a great stone box made, of the shape of those in which the dead are laid, and this was put in a church, and each week he would have it full of wheat to give out to the poor. When he came to die, he said that he did not wish to be put in the ground, but in this stone box by the side of the church. So, he said, the rain that drips from the eaves of the church may wash my bones as I lie, and cleanse them from the spots of sin that may have cast a stain on them in my life. We know, of course, that the rain from the church had no such charm, but the words go to show how small a part pride and pomp had in this good man's life. End of Chapter 2, read by Hannah Cole, Oxford, June 2025.
Chapter 3 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Katherine Hust. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 3 A New Race. More kings came who were weak, and the land was torn from them bit by bit, till at last the folks rose in their wrath, and would have no more kings of that race to rule them. So they put the crown on the head of Hugh Capet, not that he was a great man, but they could not fix on a prince of their own. He would not take the crown at first, for he felt that he had no right to wear it. But he made use of all sorts of arts to keep it, and was as false as he could be. When he lost in war, he would have his scribe write as if he had won. He spent his time in strife with those who thought they had the best claim to the throne. When the true heir was dead, he thought he would have some peace, but there was war in all parts of the land. One of these great lords was brought to Hugh Capet for some crime. "Who made you a count?" said Hugh. "Who made you a king?" said the count, and Hugh had naught to say. Hugh's reign was 10 years long. Some say the name Capet means head, and that he was the head of a new line, but more say it was from a sort of cap that he wore. There is not much to say of his son, Robert, who came to the throne on Hugh's death. We hear that he had a fine form, but not a strong mind, so though he was mild and good, he did not know what was best to do for his folks, and if he knew, he did not go the right way to do it. He took for his wife one who was too near kin to him, and the law of the church was put in force to make him leave her. But this king and queen had the same kind of love as if they were poor folk, and Robert would not leave his wife. Then the Pope put his ban on him, on the queen, and on the whole realm. In our land, and at our day, we do not know much of such things as a pope's ban, but we are sure they had a hard time. All were in fear and did not dare to help them, though they must have felt for the poor king and queen in their hearts. There was no one to bring them food or do the least work for them. So there were these two young folks of such high birth that they did not know how to work, yet had no one to wait on them. I dare say the poor queen could not have made a loaf of bread if she had had to starve for the want of it. You will be glad to know that at last there were two poor slaves who did dare to go in and wait on them and help them. Robert had so much love for his wife that he held out a long time, but at last the priests made him believe that God was on their side. The poor queen was sent from him. She went with a sad heart, and since life had no more joy for her, she took the vows of a nun. You know a nun is one who gives up the world and does not go out in it, but fills her life with work for her church. Robert, for his part, though he was in the world, led a life of good works. He had a new wife, but she did not care for him. All her heart was in pomp and show. She gave feasts and brought to them those who made and sang songs in those days, known by the name of troubadours. That is a long word for you to say, and you must get someone to teach you how to say it. Robert left his queen to her guests, and he would go out to the wayside and find the halt and the lame and the blind, as Christ did, and bring them home with him. He would dress their sores and bathe their feet, as the good Lord did when he was on earth. Of course, a man of this kind did not care much for war, and when he had to fight, he did not win a great name. But we think when he came to die, he must have been glad that his life had been spent in kind deeds for those put by God in his charge. He was not great, but he was good. Men said he was more fit for a priest than a king, and we must own he had some strange ways. He would bring the poor home with him in great crowds, and they were kept in his house. Some of them, we may be sure, were not the kind of folks with whom we should like to live, and it is not strange that the new queen grew cross at this state of things. So Robert had to try and hide his poor friends from her. It is said that once he had one at a meal and hid him from the queen as best he could with his robe. The man found a place at the king's feet, and now and then Robert would drop him a piece of meat from his own plate. When the meal was done, it was found the man was gone, and all the gold and fringe from the edge of the king's robe had gone with him. Once, when the king was at mass and on his knees, he found there was a man near who took that time to steal the gold fringe from his robe. Robert did not rise from his knees, but said in a mild way, "Friend, do not take all. Leave the rest for someone whose need may be as great as thine." End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 4 A Strange War. At this time, we first hear of men who were known by the name of knights. The knights did brave deeds and took an oath to use their arms in no bad cause. When a man was made a knight, he first took a bath, and was made free from all stain, as a sign that his soul was pure from sin. When he left the bath, he put on a white robe first, then a red vest, and then a black coat of mail. The white robe was to show the vow he made to lead a pure life, the red vest, the blood he might have to shed, and the black coat of mail was to speak to him of death and to warn him that all must one day die. Then a belt was put on him, which meant that he must be chaste, and a pair of spurs to show that he must make haste where the right should call him. The sword was put on last, and he was bound by a vow to be brave. Then he was struck 3 times on the back with a sword, and this was done to fix all his vows on his mind, so that he should not fail to keep them. The young men of high birth in those days all took these vows on them. There were no schools and few books. A young man had to learn to take care of his horse and to clean his arms for war. Their sports were those that had to do with war, and song and dance had place in them. In the time of Philip I, we first hear of those great crowds of men who took up their march to free the tomb of our Lord from the hands of the Turks. There was a man named Peter the Hermit, who came back from that land and told sad tales of what he saw there, and the way the Turks dealt with all who held the faith of Christ. All France was full of wrath as they heard these tales, and they felt that men must be sent to take the tomb of our Lord out of such hands. The men who took up their march for this were known by the name of Crusaders, from the cross they wore, and what they did was a crusade. Men went from town to town to rouse the folks. They would preach in the streets, and the cry, "God wills it," was the great watchword in those days. Men sold their lands to get gold for this war, and took their wives and boys and girls with them, so there were, of course, those who did not know much, and who could be of no use in a fight. In the first crusade, there were few who knew how to fight, and they took up the march with no thought of how they were to go, or through what lands they would have to walk. They knew they must make their way to the Holy Land, and they thought if they could once reach the tomb of Christ, they would save their souls. The priests had taught them to think that God would feed them on the way, as he had fed the tribes of old, of whom we read in his word. When they left France and first heard men speak a strange tongue, they thought they had found the Holy Land. The poor young ones, worn out with the march and weak from want of food, would ask at each turn, "Is this Jerusalem?" But none of that great crowd knew the way to go, and they had no guide. They found that there was no food for them, and so they came to steal it in the lands through which they went. The folks in these lands did not like this, and so they, in their turn, would kill the Crusaders, till but a few poor men were left who did reach the Holy Land at last, and they fell in the hands of the Turks, and that was the end of them. The next band that went out had more wealth and more wise men to lead them. They went in 3 parts, and the man who led one of them has won a place in song, and his deeds are sung to this day. His name was Godfrey. He is said to have done all and borne all for the love of God. When this great crowd came to Jerusalem, they laid siege to it. That is, they put their hosts of men on all sides, so that no food could be sent in, and no help for the folks. This is a siege. In the end, those in the town gave up, and the Crusaders took it and set up the cross, the sign of their faith, on the walls. Godfrey was made king of Jerusalem, but though the cross was set up on the walls, and though this great band had come to save the tomb of our Lord from the Turks, they did not act at all times in the right way. They would not keep the laws, and some of them thought that they had a right to rob the Turks. Most of them had found that their new home was not what they thought, so they took up the march once more, and Godfrey was left with his foes, and he had a hard time. But few of the poor folks found their way back to their home, for they had to go on foot. Most fell by the way, sick and faint for want of food, and they were left to die. The few rich men who could ride had some chance to save their lives, and some of them got safe home. But these crusades came to an end at last, and there is a book in rhyme that tells of them and of Godfrey's life and death. There was a child's crusade at one time. A young boy in France, who had heard so much of the march of these men, and how they had come back but had not won the prize, took it in his head that God had sent him a call to do this great work, to take the tomb of our Lord out of the hands of the Turks. In all lands, folks are caught by what is new, so it was not strange that this boy found crowds of boys and girls to flock to him, and their friends thought it grand that they should march with him. He rode in a fine car and made a grand show. He told them God had shown him that the pure hands of a child must save the tomb of Christ. It is strange that these young ones were let go on this mad march. But we hear that they did go to the great sea, and there they found naught but some old boats not fit to sail in. But they had to make use of them, and a storm came, and the poor things were all lost in the cold waves. Louis VI, though he too had the name of the Fat, like one of the kings of whom you have read in the past, was a good king. He was not fond of books, but he had a kind heart, and was just to the poor. When he went to war, he would share the poor fare of his men and live like them, and he would not let the rich men wrong the poor. In his time the land was not left in peace. He had to fight with England and with Germany, but at last a peace was made with both of them. Then a sad blow came to him. Death took the son who was most dear to his heart. This death came to pass in a way which we should think strange in these days, and it shows us in what a state the streets were kept in those times. The streets of Paris were not wide, and were full of dirt and filth, and pigs ran in them, free to go where they chose. As the young prince rode through one of these streets, a pig ran at the horse and made it start, so that the prince fell. He was so hurt that he lived but a few hours. There was a law made at once that pigs should not run in the street, but some of the monks thought this was a hard law, so at last they had leave to let their pigs run in the streets if they put bells on their necks. The death of this son was such a grief to Louis that he had not the heart to go on and rule the land. So he gave his next son, Louis, who was a boy of 12 years' age, the crown of France. He grew ill and thought that death was near, but he lived for 3 years, which he spent in peace. In this time more schools were built, for though, when he was a boy, Louis had not been taught to know the worth of books, yet he knew what was good for his land. And at that time a great wish to know more had sprung up in the hearts of men of all ranks, so that the schools could not hold the crowds that came to them, and they had to teach out of doors. You see, that sort of a schoolroom would hold all, and the class could be as large as they chose to have it. It was at this time that men first wrote in rhyme, and we are told that this mode was brought from the Arabs. Is it not strange that they had to go to the Arabs to learn how to make rhymes? Those who wrote these rhymes did no work but that, and went from place to sing their own songs. They were the troubadours, and some of the songs that they sung have been kept till this day. They went from house to house, and all were glad to see them and feast them. Their songs were made on the spot in praise of the feast or those who gave it, or they sang tales of war and brave knights and fair dames. When we read them now, they sound poor and flat, but we have so much in these days that we cannot judge for those who had no books and heard no songs or tales but those sung by the troubadours. Louis VI was kind to the poor in his time and lent them his aid when the rich lords ground them down and sought to make slaves of them. He took the side of the poor when they had a just cause, and was glad to help all trades and folks. He gave the towns the right to guard the poor man, so that if he had done wrong, the law of the land must try him, and not the will of his lord. He gave them the right to form a sort of club, which had the name of communes, and they had a chief at their head. These clubs were a great help in time of need, and the men felt that they were at last free men, for though they had not worn chains, they had been the real slaves of the rich, and had been bought and sold with the lands, like the trees that grew on the soil. When Louis the Fat was dead, his son Louis the Young came to the throne. He too had a kind heart and felt for the woes of the poor and sick and sad. He did not care for the pomp and state of the king. His heart was full of love to God and a wish to serve him, but he was led at times by false friends to do acts which have left a stain on his name. At one time, when he was at war with one of the lords, he set fire to a fort which he had won with a wish to burn it down. But the flames spread to the town and burned down a church to which the poor folks had fled to hide. Louis heard their groans and cries, and he felt so much for them that he gave up the war at once and made peace with his foe. Louis was just the kind of a man to take to a crusade. He heard an old monk preach on this theme, and all his heart was full of zeal to go. The folks once more felt the old thrill when they heard what deeds the Turks had done to those who were known as the friends of our dear Lord. Great crowds met, and cries of the cross, were heard on all sides. For those who came to join the band had a cross put on their sleeves. The cries for the cross were so great that Louis and the monk who gave them out had at last to cut up their cloaks so that all should have one. The queen, as well as the king, took the cross, and it was their plan to start in the spring and to go by sea. But the lords did not wish to go that way, as there would be no chance for their troops to live on the folks of the land they went through, and they knew that it would cost much to feed them. At last the king said he would go by land, on the old route, and he took the time he had to pray and strove to fix his heart on his work. On the last night all went to church, and to show that he went more to serve God than to fight, Louis put on the scrip sent him by the Pope. This scrip was a sort of bag that was made fast to a belt and worn round his waist. It was to hold things he might need on his way. The Pope did not give scrips to the rest. They had to find them of their own. The rich wore the scrip for show, and the poor for use. The last night the king spent in one of the cells of the great church, that he might pray and watch all night. The next day they took up the march and chose a route that was long, but they thought, more safe than the rest. They had not gone far on this route when they came to a stream, and there they found the Turks all drawn up just where the ford was by which they must cross. But these brave men did not stop, but stood right in the stream and fought so well that the Turks soon took flight. But their march grew more and more hard. The foe was on the watch at all times, and would dash out and kill and take off all they could. You see, the Turks knew the land and all its nooks and caves and cliffs. They knew just where to hide and where to find food, while the poor crusaders were in a strange land and all their stores were gone. Still, they kept up the march as best they could, sore of foot and in want of food. When they came to a town, they would find that all the folks had fled and all the food was gone. When at last they came to the sea, there were too few boats there to take them all. It made Louis sick at heart to leave his poor troops, but at last he went on board with his lords and the steeds he had left to him. The poor men whom he left were to march by a land route, and it is sad to hear that they were, for the most part, slain by the way. Those who were left with their lives gave up the faith of Christ and made their homes with the Turks. In the end, Louis could say he had seen the holy tomb and kneeled at the side of it to pray to God, and that was all. His band were too poor and too weak to make war, and this was such a grief to him that he could not bear to go back to France for a long time. When he did go, he found that all the blame of the loss of life and gold was laid to his charge. This went to his heart. Life grew more and more sad to him, and he had much strife with those who were near to him by the ties of blood. When this king was on his deathbed, he had all his clothes and gold and gems brought to him, and gave them with his own hands to the poor. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by icepopsicle. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 5. Philip II. Philip II was a man who sought to rule with a strong hand. He would share with no one, and all must bend to his will, but he was just, and that was a great thing in those days. He sought to stir up strife in England, and made a friend of a prince of that land, in the hope that he might vex the king. He and this prince would live in the same tent, sleep in the same bed, and drink out of the same cup, but their love, as you shall hear, was soon to change to hate. They went on a crusade that soon had an end, but from that time hate was known to rage in their hearts, and they fought more than once. There was no peace till the English prince met his death. There was one more crusade in the time of Philip, and that made 5. It came to an end like the rest, for the plague cut off most of the men. The French are proud of Philip. He did more for their great Paris than all the kings who were gone. You know we have told you in what a state the streets were kept. One day, when the king had gone to look out at the stream that runs through the town, he was struck by the filth and mud that lay on all sides. When a horse made his way through it, he flung up the mud on each side. The king thought of a plan which was new in those days, though now we see it in all towns. He would pave the streets of Paris, so great flat stones were laid down on 2 of the long streets. Some of these stones are still found, but time has left 7 or 8 feet of earth on them. The next work was to build a high stone wall on each bank of the Seine. The grand house that now has the name of the Louvre was built by Philip on the outside of this wall, as a home where he might go when the town grew warm. This house is now in the heart of Paris. It is a dark, strong place, full of gloom, and would do for a home or a jail. Philip built the new church of Notre Dame on the spot where the old one had stood. But one of the best things he did for the town was to bring the streams that were near in pipes through the streets, so that there should be drink for all. This was a great work for those times. He built schools too, and much was learned in his day, though he was known to care more for tales and songs than for wise books. His son was Louis VIII, and it is strange that they gave him the name of Louis the Lion, for he was not brave and had strength of no kind. But the French were as fond of pomp and gay times then as now, so they made feasts for this king, and flung out their flags with great joy, gave food to the poor, and bands walked through the streets and sang songs in his praise. Part of the land that England had won from France was won back in the time of Louis, but he did not reign long. He grew sick while at a siege, when the days were hot and there were such heaps of dead in the town that all the air was full of the stench. He fell ill and could not get home, but had to stop at a friend's house. He sent for the lords when he found he was on his deathbed, and made them swear that they would set the crown on the head of his son. He had been king but 3 years. There were times in this reign that food was scarce and wheat was sold at 6 times its old price. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MamaPhish. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 6. Saint Louis. Louis IX, or Saint Louis, was a boy when he came to the throne, and the queen had most of the rule. She had a strong mind and kept the reins in her hand till her son was of age. Louis was mild and kind, and at the same time brave and firm. At all times the law of God was the rule of his life. It is said that he too took up the march to the Holy Land, which had been the cause of woe and death to such crowds of men. But so it was. It is said that Louis was quite ill at one time, and it was thought that he would die. So he made a vow that if it should please God to spare his life, he would go to the Holy Land and try to free the tomb of Christ. He felt that he must keep his vow in spite of all, but he was not rash. He left the land in wise hands and laid out all his plans for the best good of his folks. He took one town from the foe, but had to stop there for a time, for the floods made the streams so high that he could not go on. There he saw that his lords gave up their lives to vice, and it was a great pain to him. He kept his own life pure and good, and in all his acts did not spare his own time and strength for the good of his men. When he took up the march once more, he met with the troops of the foe. At last, when he was in a strong place, the Turks came with fresh troops and laid siege to it. With their Greek fire they burned his works of war, and he was cut off from all chance of food. His men grew sick, and St. Louis at last fell ill. Though he was ill in bed, he still had thought for his men. He sent word that all the sick should be put on French boats and sent home. But ere they could get off, the Turks came and took the boats and put all the men to death and threw them in the stream. At the same time, they sent a force to the camp and had a fight with the troops there. Though the poor king was so ill that it was hard for him to sit on a horse, he rode at the head of his men till he was so weak he fell to the ground in a faint. Then the foe took him and all the rest of the men, save those that were slain, with them. When this sad news was known in France, you may guess what grief was there. The first 2 men who told it were put to death, for the queen said it must be false news. When she found it was true, that her son was in the hands of his foes, her grief was so great that it was the cause of her death. Now you know that when Louis and his men first went to the Holy Land, they won a strong town, and they had left men to guard it. There was a great fort there, and the Sultan, who was the chief man of the Turks, thought it would be a good plan to let Louis go free if he would give up this town and a large sum of gold. This Louis said he would do, and he held his word. There was a peace of 10 years made, and Louis spent 4 of them in the Holy Land. He did all he could to help those who held the faith of Christ in that land. And when he found that most of them were kept as slaves, he had them set free. When he went home once more, all met him with joy, but they saw he still wore the cross on his sleeve, and they felt a fear that he meant sometime to go back to the Holy Land. One of his first acts was to frame a code of laws, which still goes by his name. It must have been a sight dear to the heart of his folks to see this good man as he sat in the shade of a tree that still stands near Paris, and heard the tales the poor men told him of their wrongs, and did his best to help them. His name and fame were in all the lands at that time. He was so just and good. He would not keep for the crown the lands which it had not the right to own, but gave them back to those from whom they had been won. And if the heirs were not to be found, he gave them to the poor. He said, for a prince to be just gave him more real strength than great tracts of land that were won in a wrong way. But he was glad to make his realm strong by right and just means. He did not in all lose sight of the cause so dear to him. He still wore the cross and thought of it, and made one more trip to the Holy Land. He took 3 of his sons with him. This time he went through a great storm. Then the plague broke out in his camp, and he lost a large part of his men. He too fell sick with it, and soon found that he must die. He gave his son rules for his life, and told him he must make the fear of God the law of all his acts. He made them lift him from his bed and lay him down on the floor of his tent in the dust, and as he gave up his soul to God, he was heard to pray with his last breath and to cry out, "O Jerusalem, Jerusalem." Louis built more than one church and a home for the blind, which still stands. He said that live men were the stones of God's house, and that it was more for a church that it should be rich in good deeds than in grand walls. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J.T. Gardell. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 7. Philip the Bold and Philip the Fair. Philip, the son of Louis the Saint, was the 3rd one of his name that had been made King of France. Why they gave him the name of Bold is hard to find out, for we do not read that he was so brave. He was made king when he was far from home in that land, to which crowds had gone to meet a sad fate, death by plague, by want of food, by storms, or at the hands of the foe lay in wait for most of them. This prince was sick at the time the crown fell to him, and so in the end the French made peace with the Turks, and the Turks freed all their slaves and paid the cost of the war, so that at last Philip could go to his home in peace. But on his way the plague took more than one of his friends from him, so that he must have had a sad heart when he saw his own land once more. Philip was not a great king, but he had some of the traits of Louis the Saint, in that he made God's will the rule of his life. He was not wise at all times, and was made the dupe of false friends in whom he put his trust. On his way to Spain to help his son Charles hold the gift of a tract of land, Philip was shot by someone who was hid by the trees at the side of the road. He left his throne to his son Philip IV, or Philip the Fair. We hear no more of the troubadours in these reigns, and it seems as if all taste for their songs had gone by. Their light and gay songs gave place to more grave tales in verse. There was one, a tale of a rose, a sort of dream, that was so long I am sure it would tire you to read it. But in that day there would often be but one book in a house, so it may be they did not mind if it was long. But as few folks could read, and they had to wait till a priest came to read to them, they did not care much for books. You would not like to have read what was known as a child's book in those days. The style was dull, and the deeds of which it told were of a strange and wild sort. No nice tales of home life or of real boys and girls made glad the hearts of the small folks in the old time. You have read of the Greek fire of which the Turks made use in these wars. Just how this was made is not known. We read that it was put in great kegs which were thrown in the air. When they fell, fire would burst forth, and it was a kind of fire that could not be put out. So the poor folks fell on their knees when they saw it and gave up all for lost. There was a change for France when the new king came to the throne. Philip the Fair thought but of his own fair self. He was fair to see and vain of his looks, but his heart was bad. He spent with a free hand when it was for his own good. His wife was bad too, and the men whom he chose to help him were of the same sort, so you may know poor France had a hard time in his reign. A man in one of the crews of a French ship had a fight with one on an English ship, and from that grew a war. You see what a small thing can give rise to a war. But at last Philip made a truce with England, and set to work to try and get a large place for France, to which they had not the least right in the world. This was Flanders. The old earl, who was the real prince of Flanders, thought he would go to Paris with his own sons and plead his cause. He had a pledge that he should come and go in peace. But when the earl got there, the king said he was not bound to keep the pledge, and he shut up the old earl and his sons in jail. Then Philip thought the coast was clear, and he took Flanders, put a guard in all the towns, and went on to tax the folks, so that they could not bear it. They rose up as one man, and slew great crowds of their foes. Philip sent out troops with a man at their head who had won a great name for his skill. But he did not know how brave the folks were with whom he was at war. They were raw troops, but they fought for their rights and their homes, so that in the first great fight they won the day. To show in what style the French went to war, it is said that piles of gilt spurs were found on the field when this fight was done, and they were hung up in the church there to show what had been won. One more fight, which did not go so well for the folks of Flanders, made them feel that there was need of a strong move. So they shut up all shops and took up the march right in the midst of the foe, and said they must have peace or a fight on the spot. The king was brought to terms and made peace with them, and sent their own earl back to rule them at last. Philip made a great war of words with one of the popes at this time. But he got a pope to his own mind at last, who was so won by his fair speech that he left Rome, and made his home in France. In fact, he had his crown, as pope, set on his head in that land. The king led his horse part of the way as they came from the church. When he gave it up to a grand duke and went to mount on his own horse, an old wall fell on which a great crowd sat to see the grand throng pass by. Part of this wall fell on the duke, and he dropped dead, and the pope was hurt by a stone, which struck off his crown. This was thought a bad sign for the reign of Pope Clement. There was a band of men known as Knights Templars that came to an end while Clement was pope. These men were monks who yet might fight to guard the tomb of Christ, or those who went to pray there from the Turks. This band of monks had grown rich, and bought much land in all parts of the world which was then known. The King of France cast his eye on their lands, and he thought it would be a fine thing to seize all of them for France. He laid all sorts of plots with his new friend, the Pope. At last he gave out that there was to be a new crusade, and he bade all the knights to meet at Paris on the same day that they might fix the plan of it. The knights came with their chief, and were at once flung in the great jail. The king knew they had done no wrong, yet there was a long list of crimes brought to their charge, and all but 4 of them were burned at the stake. The chief and the 3 who were left were kept in their cells for long years. At last, when they were brought forth, it was but to hear their doom. The king had said that they should be burned by a slow fire, just by the wall of his own grand home. These poor men met their fate with stout hearts, but it is said that the chief, while at the stake, as the slow fire crept up to his heart, was heard to cry out, "O king, I bid thee, meet me in 4 months at God's throne, that he may judge these deeds." and the king did die in that time. So the Knights Templars were put down in all parts of France. The most of their lands and gold fell into the hands of the Pope. It grew more and more hard for the poor in this reign. The king made a change in the coin, so that it was not worth so much, and he put a tax on his land, which was more than it could bear. Philip came to his death through a fall from his horse at a hunt. He did live for days and thought of his past acts with some show of grief, and with his last breath, he left the poor in the charge of his son, with the hope that he would make the tax less hard for them and make the coin good once more. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J.T. Gardell. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 8. John the Good. Philip left 3 sons who did not reign long or do much in their reigns, so we will pass on to one more Philip who was not a son, but was one of the same line. This Philip was a brave man, and that is all that can be said of him, for he was rash and thought but of self. There was a war with Edward, King of England, in his time, which was brought to an end at last by a truce. But the King of France did an act which brought on the war once more. There were some of the great men in one part of France whom he thought had lent aid to his foes. He made a feast and got these grand lords to come to it. Then, with no proof, and no one to try them, he had put them to death. The English king heard this, and he was so full of wrath that he led his men to the gates of Paris and laid waste all things on the way. But he had not the force to go on and drew back to a small town near. Here he sent forth a call to the King of France to fight him. Philip was in a rage that the foe should dare to march to his own doors, and he gave his troops no rest night and day till they came to the camp of the English king. So that when they got to the foe, they were all in a heat and out of breath. The English sprang to arms at once when they saw the French troops. This was at Crécy. Philip had so large a force that he might have laid siege to the place, but he was in a rage and rash. He told the horsemen to halt, and he sent out a band of men who had bows. The men who rode did not do as they were told, and there was some slight shown to those who had bows, and then they fought not the foe, but their own men. A hard rain fell just then, and the strings of the bows got wet, so that when they sought to shoot at the foe, they could not. Then there was a grand rout, and men fell to the ground and got stepped on, and the rush went on till those who were down could not rise for the press. In the meantime, the English stood in a rank and shot straight at this mass. The fight went on from 4 till 10 at night, and the ground was strewn thick with the French dead. The French king would not leave the field, though he saw the fight was lost. But at last, when it was dark, he rode to a town nearby. When it was known that he was the king, the folks came in crowds and wept and made such a moan at the ill luck of France that it was all he could do to cheer them. That was the end of the fight at Crécy, and in this war England took Calais from France. When peace was made at last, England kept Calais. At the death of Philip, his son John the Good came to the throne. This name of the Good should have been the Brave, for he was more brave than good. He had shown skill in war and was frank in his ways, but he did rash things and brought his land to sad straits. Though there was a truce in England, the folks of each land felt great doubts of it, and kept watch and had arms at hand, as if they did not know at what hour the foe might be on them once more. At last the war did break out. The son of the King of England, Edward the Black Prince, had been left in charge of a part of France, which had been won by them. But this Black Prince had a wish to win a slice more of the land, and so he took up a march into King John's ground. King John made great haste when he heard this, to call in all the men he could, and he came up with the Black Prince at a place by the name of Poitiers. The prince saw that he could not get back, and that all that was left for him to do was to fight. He had a small force, but he took up the best spot he could find. This was a small plain with vines and a thick hedge, on all sides but one. This side was made more safe with trench and ditch, and then the Black Prince and his men laid in wait for the French. The foe came in sight at dawn, and King John was for a fight at once, but the Pope had sent one of his cardinals to make peace if he could. He rode from camp to camp to try and bring them to terms, but in vain. John was blind with rage, and would hear no terms, so at dawn, the next day they made for fight. The French troops were in 3 parts. In the first were the king's 3 sons. In the third was the king and the son who was most dear to him. The king led, and much time was lost by his men in small tiffs as to who should ride on a horse and who should go on foot. Each one thought the king should choose him to go in the first rank, but at last the move was made. Then some of the men were caught fast by the vines as they went to push through, and the English had a fine chance to use their crossbows, and they were good shots. That part of the troops, in which the king's 3 sons fought, took fright and were the first to turn and fly. When the next part of the troops saw this, the fear spread, and with not one fire at the foe, they too fled. So the third rank was left with the king and his young son. King John fought on all day, though he got 2 wounds in his face, and his young son would not leave his side. But at last he found that it was no use, for the field was lost. The foe was on all sides, and he gave up the fight and let them lead him with his son to the tent of the Black Prince. This prince met him as a friend and sought to cheer him. When he saw him sad, he said, "Sire, though it was not God's will that you should win the day, yet you have shown to us all how brave a man can be, and that wins an English heart." The fight at Poitiers was in 1356, but though the Black Prince was kind, he still held the king and his son in bonds. They were sent to the court of England and held for 4 years. To be sure, they gave King John a fine house to live in, and he was more like a guest than a foe, but he was not free to go to his own home. France, in the meantime, had no strong hand to rule it, for the son of King John was young, and though he was a young man of good parts, he was led by bad friends. He did not keep his word to the poor, and the great lords of the land set to work to rob them and make slaves of them, and take from them all their rights. When the poor folks made a stand, they would burn down their homes and turn them out like wild beasts to seek the caves and woods. But it is said, a worm when trod on will turn at last. So these poor folks who had no rights grew wild with their wrongs. In a mad hour they took it in their heads that they might put down the lords and all the rich folks and take their goods. This plan spread like wildfire. They took scythes, knives, the first things they could pick up, and made a rush for a place nearby and set fire to it. Their ranks grew, and they went on with a rush and dealt death to all they met. Homes were burned, lands laid waste, and fear was on all sides. The rich men fled to a near town, where there was a fort, and they had to call on the English to help them, for they could not tell when this thing would end. The English came to the aid of the French, and the mob was put down. This mob of poor folks went by the name of Jacquerie. Some say that this name came from the jack, a short coat they wore. Though this mob was put down, the land was by no means at peace. The king's son still had a hard time, and his land was full of foes of his own house. They laid siege to Paris and cut off all food and drink. The king had no funds, and his folks were like to starve, when all at once Charles the Bad, who had the funds with him, and who had laid claim to the crown, came to a change of mind, drew off his troops, and made peace. The young prince, or Dauphin, as they call them in France, now sought to get King John out of the hands of the English, but the English king would not come to terms. He would not give up King John, save on terms that were too hard for the Dauphin. The King of England came with troops to force him to give way to these terms, but the Dauphin could not be led into a fight, and his foe rode to the gates of Paris. He thought the whole land lay at his will, but a strange storm that came at this time, with hailstones of such a size that they struck down his men, like the fire of a foe, came to him like a voice from God. He took it as a sign that he should hear the cry of France for her king, and so he made terms with them at once. They had to pay a good price, for though Edward thought he had a sign from God, he did not give up the gold, and it was such a pile as you could not count that he made the folks raise for him. This was to be paid in 3 parts, for it was too much to be paid all at once. When the first part was paid, King John was to be set free, but he was to send his 2 sons to England as a pledge that the next would be paid. In the meantime, John came to his throne again, and there was joy in the land. A wax light had been put in the church for him when he went, and it had burned all these 4 years till he came back. You will think that was a long time for a light to burn. It was made of a wick with wax on it, and was in a coil like a rope wound on a large wheel. They say it was 6 miles long. King John, when he was home once more, set to work to get up a crusade, but his 2 sons by this time, who had gone as a pledge of good faith to England, came back and said they had made up their minds to stay at home. This was a great grief to the king, and he could see no way to get out of the charge of bad faith but to go to England in his son's place in bonds once more. There was great grief in France when he went, and it was a sore blow to him to find that these 2 sons did not care to help him. He fell ill in England, and in the course of time he had to die there, far from his home. He was brought back at last to France and put in a tomb in the great church where all the dead kings lie. That is the church of St. Denis. King John built the first great place for books in Paris. This had but 10 books at the start. If you go to Paris now, you will see how it has grown. If you had been in Paris in those days, you would have heard just at the dawn the sound of small bells ring through the streets. Those who rung them wore black, and they told of those who had drawn their last breath that night, and the bells were meant to call all good folks to pray for the souls of the dead. Next, you would have heard men call out that the baths were hot, and all who meant to bathe must make haste lest they should get cold. Then all the tradesmen came out in the streets with their wares, and as each would scream out the names of all he had to sell, you may think there was a great noise. You would not have found all the kinds of fruit that you have now. There were pears and wild plums, but they were sour and of a poor sort. Peas and beans and leeks were in use. You would have found someone to mend your clothes if you had torn them, for this trade too went on in the street. There was one queer thing they did in those days which would seem strange to us now. If one had met with grief, or had a wound, or a fall, or ill had come to him or his, he stood at the door of his house and told his woes in a loud voice to all who might pass by. You may guess the streets were full of noise. Then there were the monks and the youths of the schools who would beg in the streets. One of the schools then had the fine name of the School of Good Children, but you can see that they were not such a good set, and those who taught them drove the poor ones to beg in the streets. There is an old cut of a school at this time. The man who taught it has a great rod in his hand, and the poor boys and girls stand there in fear, with their books in their hands, but their forms drawn up as if they shrank from the blows. Rods were much in use in those days. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J.T. Gardell. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 9. Charles the Wise. Charles V, the son of King John, is known as Charles the Wise. He found his land weak and in debt, and part of it in the hands of a foe. But by his care and wise ways, he made a change and brought more peace to the land than it had for a long time known. He had a right to the name Wise, for he was one of the few good kings that have sat on the throne of France. His great strength lay in this, that he could rule his own heart. He did not waste the funds of the land, though he could spend at the right time. He knew more of books than the kings who were gone, and he had a love for wise men, and would ask them to his court. He did not lead his own troops to war, but knew how to choose the best men to lead them. In his time it was the boast of the French that their king was the most wise, and the man who led their troops the most brave in all the world. At this time, the Black Prince, who still held a part of France as his own, grew ill. Charles saw that there were feuds among his troops, and thought there would be a good chance to get back for France those lost lands. The Black Prince was too ill to take the field, and Charles had his men in forts from which they could dash out and do much harm to the foe. So the English saw their force grow small, while they had no chance for a real fight. The great man who led the troops for Charles fell ill just as he had won the siege of a strong fort, and his death came in the midst of the work, when he had made the foe come to terms. The man who had the chief place in the fort found that he must give it up, and a day was set in which this should be done. When the French troops lost their great head, those in the fort thought that now they would not keep the terms of the peace, but would fight on. But their chief said, "Not so. I will be as true to this brave man in death as I would have been in life." And so on the day that had been set, he went out of the place, and all his men with him, and took his way to the French camp, that he might lay down his keys on the bier of his dead foe. The king was full of grief when he heard of the death of his great friend, and he built him a grand tomb in the church where the kings are laid, and had a lamp set there to burn through the long years. From this time the English lost bit by bit all the land they had held in France. But the king had more foes in France. Charles of Navarre by some means gave him a dose which, though it did not cause his death at once, yet brought it to pass in the course of time. He was ill for 2 years, but did not fear the end. His sons were still young, and he made the best plans he could for them and for his land. When he knew that his last hour was come, he gave his soul to God with a calm trust in his love. He had done great things for his land. He left it rich and at peace. He had built much, and bought more books for the grand library that King John had built. King Charles was a man who led a life of work. He rose at dawn and did not keep late hours, but each hour had its own task. Though he knew that he must die from the dose his foe had found some means to give him, yet he did not give up one of his plans or lay by his work. It would seem that the thought of death so near at hand made him work the more. He would talk with his queen much of his young son, and tell her all his fears for him, and give her the rules for his life. But to the king's great grief, the queen was the first to die. She was a good queen and a good wife. There was a great change in dress in the time of Charles the Wise, and some odd styles came in. There was one kind of boot so queer that the king had to pass a law that it should not be worn. What would you think of a boot that was meant to be like a bird? The front ran out in a sharp point that was meant to look like a beak, and the heel stuck out in the back to look like a claw. Till this time the lords and rich men had worn long robes with hoods which hung down from the back, but now the robes and hoods were left off, and the young men put on tight short coats, which left in view the form of their limbs. Those who wrote verse in those days had much to say of this change, and made fun of it, as folks do now when queer styles are brought in. We do not know why the son of Charles the Wise had the name of Well-Beloved, for France had a hard time in his reign. He was young when he came to the throne, and those who had him in charge were in strife as to which should be first and have the most gain, so they did not give much care to the poor boy. He was not taught, but spent his time as he chose. They did not care what he did, so that he left the land to them. He is said to have had a good heart, and was kind, and had a love for truth, so that no one knew him to break his word. He had such strength that it was said he could bend the shoe of a horse in his hand. When he was grown, he took for his queen one who made him a bad wife, and brought much grief to him and to the land. As he came of age, he took the rule in his own hands, brought back the old friends of the court, made some good laws, and gave some aid to the poor. It was at this time that he had first the name of Well-Beloved, but that name did not suit him long. There were times when the brain of this king gave way, and he was mad for months. France was in a sad plight with a mad king, and the two men who did rule were so full of hate that they did not think much of the poor folks. The first time the king fell sick was on a march in a hot day. He had not been quite well, but he would set out to join his troops who were at a place by the name of Mans. The day was hot, and his cap of red cloth and all his clothes too warm. The sun shone down on him, and the road was full of dust. As he rode by a wood near Mans, a tall man made a rush out from the trees and took hold of the reins of his horse with a cry. "Stop, king, you go to your doom." Charles felt a great shock at this, for he was weak still, and when in a short time a young page who held his lance fell in a doze and let it fall, the clank of it gave one more blow to the wits of the poor king. He thought the foe was on him, and he made a rush at his own troops with drawn sword, and would have put more than one to death if they had not fled. At last his sword was broken too, and one of the men sprang on him and bound him with ropes and put him in a cart, and so the poor mad king was brought to his home. He grew well in time, but that did not last long. At a ball the king and 5 youths had for a sort of freak put on the dress of wild men of the woods. They wore robes of coarse cloth to which locks of flax were stuck fast with pitch. As pitch is quick to take fire, they were told to keep close to the wall. In those days there were no lamps or gas, but all the light came from a torch, which men bore in their hands. One of the dukes took his torch too near one of these wild men, that he might find out who he was, and set fire to the flax. At once there was a great blaze, and 5 of the wild men were in flames. The 6th, who was the king, stood near a grand dame, who threw her cloak on him, and so he did not lose his life. One man made a jump in a great well, and so he did not burn to death. But the noise and screams, and the sight of the poor men all in a blaze, was such a shock to the king that he lost his wits once more. And from that day till his death, though there were times when he had his right mind, he did not grow sound and well. So the land was left to the 2 dukes, who were all hate and spite, and they had things their own way. At last one of them put an end to his foe. He got someone to kill him in the streets. The wife of the dead man strove to have the bad duke brought up for this crime, so that the law of France should try him. But when he heard of it, he came with such a force of men in arms that they could not take him. Then, too, both the dukes had been so bad that the folks did not care much that there should be one less. So they would not help the poor wife, and she was so full of grief and rage that she did not live long. She left 3 sons, and they kept up the strife. France was now in a sad case, for each of these 2 sets fought for the rule. On one side they wore a red scarf, and a cross on it for a badge, and one part a cross on a white scarf. Each side would seize those whom they thought foes, and put them to death. The queen, in the meantime, led a gay life. She took all the spoil she could, and what she did not waste she laid up for the time to come. She took no care of the king, nor of her young sons, and it is said they were oft in need. The King of England, Hen-ry V, took it in his head just then that it would be a good time to lay claim once more to the lands in France. In fact, he set up a claim to the crown, though we know he had no real right to it. But in those days, might made right, and he brought his troops to a small place on the coast of France and took it. The loss of this town woke the land from its sleep, and there was a call for men, and the flag of France was flung out on the breeze. But the old feuds of the lords kept them back, and made them lose so much time that the foe in a long march did not meet aught in their way. The days were hot, and the English ate so much of the fruit that they found on all sides that they grew ill, so that they lost their men. By the time they came to a place by the name of Agincourt, they were so weak that some of them could not sit on the back of their steeds. At this place, the French troops came up to them. They had 4 times the force of their foes, but their chief chose a place that was too small for such a crowd of men. The ground was a marsh, too, so that the men on foot sank up to their knees in mud. The knights and lords made a rush for the front, so that there were none left to take charge of the troops in the rear, and they soon gave way. The chief loss of the day fell on the knights and those of high birth, who were left dead on the field or borne off by the foe. Hen-ry found his men too weak to give chase to the French, and it was all he could do to get off to his boats and reach England. The fight at Agincourt was the 3rd great loss of the French. France would not learn yet that it made her weak to be split up in parts, each with a chief who fought with all the rest. So these fights went on, and much blood was shed. It is said the streets of Paris were red with the blood of her own men. King Henry came once more, and took the large town of Rouen, and a great tract of land, and the folks were so bent on their own strife that they did not rouse up till it was too late. When they saw they could not fight, they thought they would make peace in some way. So the queen went in the place of the poor, mad king, and met Henry in a tent in a park. There they made a plan that the King of England should take for his wife the Princess Katherine, and that he should be King of France when Charles was dead. Charles, who did not know what he did, was made to sign this and to fix on Henry to rule in his place when he was ill. And there was a grand time when the 2 kings of France and England, with their 2 queens, made a march through the land. The folks of France could not help all this, so they gave in to it with as good a grace as they could. But they said that they had some rights, and that King Henry must see that they should have their own laws. In time, the King of England had to leave France to see to things in his own land, and he left the Duke of Clarence to take his place. Then Clarence lost his life in a fight with some Scotch troops who were in the pay of France. This put the King of England in a great rage, and he made haste back with the vow that he would not leave a town to the King of France. But the ill state of his health would not let him keep this threat. He went to Paris with his son, a babe, and told the crowds that came to meet him that this child would be their king. In the court held there, the crown was in fact put on his head. This was the last act of his life, and he drew his last breath in France. In 2 months, the poor mad king of France found peace in death, and his long, sad reign was brought to a close. We read of the first plays in this reign. There was one when Charles VI was wed. It was drawn from the life of Christ, from his birth to his death, and it took 8 days to play it. Those who took the parts in it were monks. From this time, the rage for all sorts of plays grew in the land, so that the priests had to change the hours of church so that the folks could go both to the play and to pray. These plays were for the most part on the Lord's Day and on saints' days, and they were made from tales found in the Word of God. They would last 4 hours, and the price for a sight of one was 2 sous or 2 cents. That may seem a small price to you, but a sou was worth much more in those days than it is now. A sou a day was thought good pay for a man's work, and from 2 to 3 sous was the price of a good pair of shoes. It is said, too, that cards were first seen in this reign, and they were just like those you see at this day. There is a tale of a dog in this reign that you may like to hear. One dark night, a man was on his way through a wood near Paris. He had his dog with him, so he did not fear, for it was a dog who knew the way. But the man did not know that his foe was hid in the gloom in wait for him. All at once, someone sprang out from the trees, and with one blow laid the poor man low. The dog saw the act, but he could not help it, so he did what he could. He would not leave his dead friend, though he had been put in a hole and the ground laid on him. The poor dog sat by the side of this strange grave and would not leave the spot save for when he had to go for food. Then he would run as fast as he could to the house of an old friend of the dead man's and get some food and run back to his place. The friend did not think much of these strange ways for 2 or 3 days, but at last he made up his mind to see what it meant. So one day, when the dog ran off, he went too. Then he saw him stop at a tree and scratch at the earth at the foot of it, for the dog saw that a friend was there, and he did his best to tell the sad tale. What was this friend's grief when the earth was dug out to see the dead man in the hole? He soon had his old friend laid in the right kind of grave, and from that day the dog would not leave him. But there was one man at whom he would spring each time he saw him, and no words or blows could keep him from it. So at last, men said, there must be some cause for this. This must be the man who struck the death blow to the dog's friend. It was the way in those days, when there was cause for strife with 2 men, to let them fight it out. So they said this man and this dog should fight it out. The dog had his claws and teeth to fight with, and a tub to go and rest once in a while. The man had a stick and a shield. The fight took place in Paris, and a great crowd came to see it. At last the man grew so faint with the long fight that he gave in and told his crime and was put to death. So the dog brought him to his doom. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WhatJoMakin. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 10. Joan of Arc. When the young prince heard of the death of the king, he was not yet of age, but he had a small court, and they made him king. He could not have the crown set on his head at Rheims, for it was in the hands of his foe, but he chose a place and had the name of king, but not much more at first. He was so poor, and the land was in such a state, that he could not feel much joy or pride. It is said that he could not get a pair of boots, for which he was much in need at the time, as the man would not trust him, and he had not the means to pay for them. So you see that this king knew what it was to be poor. His name was Charles too, and he was the 7th of this name. He found the English so strong in his land that at last he had but one town. That was the town of Orleans, and the foe laid siege to it. It held out for a long time, but at length the French felt their last hopes go. Things were at the worst when word came to the king that there was a young girl who had had strange dreams and thought that she could lead the troops and save the land. He did not laugh at this, for he was like a man who was so near lost that he will seize at a straw. So he sent for the girl, Joan by name, and he saw that she was in her right mind, though some had said she was mad. She told him that the Lord had sent her to save Orleans, and to take him to Rheims for his crown. Charles was glad to snatch at this new hope, for he saw that this girl had a strong faith in her dreams, and was full of zeal. So he sent a force with her to Orleans, and from that hour all felt new strength. It was strange to see the new fire with which the French fought, while the troops of their foes lost all their skill when Joan was seen. She wore a man's suit and rode at the head of the troops, and won the fight each time. The English felt a sort of dread of her, and thought she had some might that was not of this earth. They gave her the name of a witch, and fled in such crowds at the sight of her, that at last it was thought best to raise the siege of Orleans. Joan of Arc, who is known as the Maid of Orleans from that day, then felt a wish to go back to her poor home. She had done the work she came to do, and it seems she did not care for fame and gold. There was but one thing she had the wish to do first, and that was to see the crown set on the head of the king at Rheims. That was a grand day in Rheims of old. There was a great throng, and much pomp and state, and grand chants of praise, and the maid felt that her work was done. There was naught for her to do then, but to pray the king that she might go back to her poor home. But Charles felt that he must not lose her, or the good luck of France would go with her. The men in the ranks were fond of her, but the chiefs did not like her, for they thought she had won the fame that should have been theirs. So, in a fight at Compiègne, those who led shut the gates and left her to the foe. She was thrown in a cell at Rouen, and kept there a long time. The priests made a charge that she was a witch, and said she should be burned at the stake. In those days, folks had great fear of a witch. They did not know as much as we do now, and when they saw the great deeds this girl had done, they would not think the strength came to her from God, as she said, but from some bad source. And to the shame of France, for which she had done so much, it was French men who brought her out to try her. One of the heads of the church had her brought to him. In the court he said to her, "Are you in a state of grace?" Joan said, "If I am not, God will place me in it. If I am, God will keep me in it." When they sought to find out the source of her strength and how she won the fights, she said, "I fight in the strength of the Lord." Does God hate the English? As to God's hate or love for them, I do not know, said Jeannie. But this I know, that they will all leave the soil of France, save those that will die here. But all her good sense did not save her. She was in the hands of the foes of Charles VII. Though they were French men, they did not want to let her go back to the king and help him win all France for his own, for they had a prince of their own and a large piece of the land, Burgundy by name, which they had a wish to keep. So it was that the poor girl had no chance for her life, and was brought out in the streets of Rouen, bound to a stake and burnt to death. She held up the cross of Christ in her hands when the flames were lit, and the brave way in which she met her death drew tears from all eyes. Charles VII, for whom she had done so much, did not lift a hand to save her life. Charles was a weak man and too fond of his ease to care for aught else. He spent his time in feasts with his vile friends, or in plays and shows, and all things would have gone to wreck but for some good and brave men who were at the head of France at the time. So it came to pass that the English grew more and more weak, so that step by step, bit by bit, all the land they had in France was got back. The war that had gone on for 10 times 10 years came to an end at last, and France was won and at peace. Some of the lords, it is true, did try to stir up some strife, and they got the young Prince Louis to join them. But they found the king too strong for them. The prince made his peace with him and left them to their fate. Charles chose at this time to take the reins in his own hands, and to show that he had more sense than men had thought. The land and the church, too, were at peace. The 2 popes who had been at feud were both made to give up, and a new one was put in their place at Rome. One of the worst faults in Charles VII was that he was cold of heart, and did not care for those who had been glad to serve him in the hour of need. There was one rich man who had lent him gold and done more than all else to help him through his cares. Yet, when he heard a false charge from the foes of this great man, he took all his wealth from him and sent him far from his land and his own dear home to die. His own son, Prince Louis, was known to hate him and do all he could to vex him, and at last he fled from the court and made his home with an old foe of Charles's, the Duke of Burgundy. The old king led a life of fear of this son. He would not eat or drink at last, for he thought Prince Louis would find means to kill him in his food. So at last he lost the strength and could not eat at all. No one felt much grief when he came to his death, for he had shown small love or thought for his realm. He had the name of well served, and to the great and good men who spent their lives to serve him should be all the fame of what France won in his reign. This is the end of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of A History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by RaeBae. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 11. Louis. Louis XI, son of Charles, was a man of craft and sense, but one of the worst men who has left his name on the list of kings. He had no care for aught but would make him more strong and great, and no thought of the needs or griefs of those in his way. He did not care for pomp or state. He wore a mean and worn suit of clothes, and an old hat with small saints made of lead on the top of it. These he would take down at times and ask to help him in the hour of need. For though he would stop at no crime, and his creed kept him from no guilt, still he had a strong trust in the help of the saints, and made great show of love to God. He would pray to these bits of lead as if he had great faith in them, and would tell his crimes, but that did not keep him from sin the next time. So you see his faith was not worth much. The truth was, Louis had no love for God or man, but he had fear. So he would try to bribe the saints to keep from him all ills by vows of fine gifts for their shrines, and his fear of man made him shut out all the folks he could, and there, in his grim fort of stone, with moats and walls all round, he would have a guard to pick off all who came too near if they could not give a good cause for their call. Those he took, if they were not put to death, were kept in bonds and had to bear a hard fate. Sometimes they were kept in a small cage, so small that one could not sit up straight or lie at full length in it. There was still a son of Charles VII, the Duke of Berry, of whom Louis had great fear and hate. At last, by some means, he got him in his hands and put something in his food or drink, which was the cause of his death. The death of the old Duke of Burgundy took place as Louis came to the throne, and his son Charles the Bold was a brave, bright prince with much that was grand about him. But he had a strong wish to see his land spread out and to win much more as he could. Louis felt a great hate for him, and did what he could to stir up his own towns, so that they would break from his rule. And while this went on, he went with fair words to Charles, as if he were a good friend. He did not think that the mine he had set would blaze up so soon, for while he was with the Duke, with his false words and false smiles, the storm broke out at Liege, and folks rose, shot the Duke's men, and shut their gates. It is not strange that Duke Charles went in a great rage when he found what the king's work had been, and since Louis had been such a fool as to walk into the trap, he thought it but fair to close the door on him. So he kept him there till the French troops were sent for, and with their help the good folk of Liege were brought to terms. Louis, too, made all sorts of vows which, of course, he did not mean to keep. King and Duke had naught but hate in their hearts, and at last Duke Charles, whose wife was an English princess, told the King of England, Edward IV, that he would help him win France if he would give him half of it when it was won. He would let Edward have all the west half, and he would keep all the east. Edward came with a grand show of troops, But just at that time, Duke Charles had been drawn off into a fight with Germany and could not help him. Then Louis, with all his craft, set out to make the English king go back with no fight, and he did so. First, the two kings met on a bridge with great show, as if they were friends. But there were bars of wood put up so that each could be safe from a stray shot, and through these bars they gave the kiss of peace. The English troops must have felt a dumb rage at this kiss, but the French were full of sneers, yet at the same time joy, to see their old foe go off in this way. Duke Charles would have gone on with this war, but the king by his craft made out to stir up foes for him here and there so as to keep him at work. The town of Basel in Switzerland rose and shot to death the man whom Duke Charles had put there to rule them. Then they went with his foe, the Duke of Lorraine, and made war on him. Duke Charles lost 2 fights, and one night when he had laid siege to Nancy, a town in Lorraine, one of his own chiefs let the foe through the gates at the camp so that the Swiss came in. There was a great fight, and at the end the brave Duke Charles was found dead, his clothes torn from him, and his form, with more than one cut and gash on it, lay half in and half out of a pool. He left but one child, a girl, and as Burgundy could not go but to a male heir, it came back to France. So she was to be the wife of the son of the German emperor, and when she found that it was the aim of Louis to stir up strife in her towns, she sent to this prince a ring as a sign that he must come and help her. He did so at once, and they were wed and had much joy and peace for 5 years. When Mary came to her death from a fall from her horse, and left all her lands to her one son, Phil-ippe, who was a babe at the time. Louis had 1 boy and 2 girls. One of these girls, Jane, was a poor sick thing with a hump on her back. He was not kind to her, but would sneer at her and tease her till she could not bear to be in his sight. She would have gone to be a nun if he had let her, but he would not. He gave her as a wife to the Duke of Orleans, though he knew this man felt but hate for her and could not bear the sight of her, though she was as good and meek as could be. Charles, the Dauphin, was a weak youth, and the king, too, had lost his health. He was in great dread of death, and sent for a good man to pray for him, and made a vow to give gold and gems and shrines to half the saints on the list if they would save him. But death came to him at last in 1483, just as the bad King Richard III had come to the throne of England. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lucy Bickley. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 12. Charles VIII. Young Charles VIII was but 9 years old when he came to the crown. He was a weak boy with thin legs and a large head, but he was brave of heart. King Louis did not make him learn much, and the Princess Anne, who had charge of him, took no pains to teach him. He read naught but the tales and rhymes of knights and dames, and wild strange beasts who could talk and do odd feats, so the poor boy's head was full of such weak trash as that. But still he strove to gain the best he could from what they taught him, and he would not learn to lie or cheat. He would not break his word or show mean spite if one should vex him. As he was so young, Anne had charge of the realm, but the Duke of Orleans thought he had more right to be at the head of things than a girl, and when he found he could not rule, he went off to Brittany to stir up strife there. The Duke of Brittany had no son. His sole child was a girl by the name of Anne. Orleans had hopes that he might get free from his poor wife Jane and take this young girl for his wife. At last there was war with the French and the Bretons, and Orleans was held by the foe. He was sent first to this place and then to that, but his good wife Jane went with him and did her best to cheer him, and would not leave him, save when she sought to get him set free. But the Princess Anne knew too much to let him out. She thought it would be the best thing if young Charles could make Anne of Brittany his wife, and join this great tract of land to his realm. But on the one hand, someone else had been thought of for Charles, and then too the Bretons had no wish to have their lands join on to those of France, for they had no love for the French. So they sought to make this poor young girl the wife of a grim old man who had 8 young ones, as they thought he would fight for Brittany. In the midst of this strife, death took the Duke of Brittany, and poor young Anne was left to take her own part as best she could. On this side were the French, who sought to get her lands into their hands, and on that side her own Bretons, who sought to force her to take old Alain d'Albret. Anne of France at this time came with troops to Brittany and took town by town. Still, Anne of Brittany held out in her stronghold at Rennes. But late one night a young man with a small suite came to the gates with a wish to see her. It was the king. He was so sweet in his ways, and so bland and kind was he, that Anne lost her heart and said she would be his wife. And so Brittany was won to join the crown of France. The worst of it was that Charles was to have wed Margaret, the child of the German emperor. But he was still in the charge of Anne of France, who did not mind if she broke her word. As soon as Charles and Anne of Brittany were wed, the Duke of Orleans was set free. Charles had a scheme at this time to get back Naples, which old King René had left to Louis XI. So he made out to raise some fine troops and set out for Italy. No one there had time to raise a force to fight him, for they had all kinds of strife in their midst, and the Pope, who had the rule in the church then, was one of the worst men of his time. All good men had the hope that the young king would set things right and make the church and the court of Rome more pure. But Charles was a mere youth, and he had more thought of show and pomp than of aught else. So he did not rule his troops at all, and they did as they chose, and made all the folks of the land hate them. Still, the crown of Naples was put on his head, and he left some of his troops to guard this new realm while he rode back the whole length of Italy and set up a claim for more land for one of his kin. But the states of Italy made a league to fight him, and this brought out all that was high and brave in him. He fought like a man, as if he had put his soul in it, and won the day, so that he could go home to Queen Anne with the joy of a true knight. But he did not keep what he had won, and he did not send men and food to help those who were left, so that they had to come home at last in a sad plight. Charles grew more wise as time went on, and grief for the loss of his 2 sons made him think more of the true aims of life. He read good books and learned from them to do right and keep truth in his heart. He thought he would live like St. Louis and sit in the shade of his oak tree to hear the cause of rich and poor, and do what was just by all. He felt that he had lost a great chance in Italy, and he had just made a plan to go back there and try to make things right, when one day, as he went through a dark hall in a court at Blois, he struck his head on the top of a doorway and fell back to the ground. He could not speak when they took him up, and he did not speak more. At the end of 2 hours he drew his last breath, and there was much grief at his death, for he had shown a kind heart, and at the last more strength of mind than in his youth. As both his sons were dead, the throne went to Louis, Duke of Orleans. He was a kind man, when self did not come in his way. When someone told him that he now had a good chance to pay back those who had done him wrong, he said, "The King of France thinks no more of the wrongs done to the Duke of Orleans." But the first thing he did was to get the bad Pope Alexander VI to set him free from his good wife Jane, and then he made haste to wed Anne of Brittany. Poor Jane took the vows of a nun and spent the rest of her life in good works. Anne was a queen of high tone, and her rule in her court was so firm and good that the time of good Queen Anne has been held to be the best. Louis was a vain man, and he could not rest till he had done as much as Charles VIII. So he made a sort of bond with the Pope and set off for Milan. He sent some troops to Naples, and they won a large part of the realm, but just then the King of Spain came in for a share, and he got King Louis to make peace and give him half the land. But while the two kings met to talk of this, the war went on the same. At first, France won the most, for they had such brave knights. There was one by the name of Briar, who had no fear and no stain on his good name. The Spaniards were shut up in one of the towns and stood a long siege, but they held out till troops came to them from Spain, and then beat the French at the Battle of Cerignola, and drove them out, town by town, fort by fort, as they had done the last time. The Italians had no love for French or Spaniards, and would have been glad to have been freed from both, and this they might have made out if all the small states had fought as one. But they would not give up their small feuds for the great cause, so they met with loss. They had a queer mode by which to raise troops. They bought them, and the men did not care on which side they fought, so that they were well paid and had leave to rob the towns they won, and hold all men they took in the war, and set a price on their heads that their friends must pay for them ere they could be set free. Some of these bands were on foot, some rode, and the Swiss were held in the most fear, for they would hire out to all who paid them, and their long pikes were the dread of the land. At this time the bad Pope Alexander VI came to his death. He drank by chance some wine in which he had put a dose to kill someone else, and that was the cause of his own death. A new pope came in by the name of Julian II, and he made a league with Spain to help him drive out the French. So the Spanish and Italians both came on the French, and a great fight was fought at Ravenna, where the brave Gaston de Foix won the day. But he met his death at the close of it, and the French lost heart, and the foe drove them back step by step out of the land. Louis could not do much at this time, for the English were once more in his home. Hen-ry VIII had brought some fine troops with him. He laid siege to the city of Tournai and took it. The French were not on their guard, and so the day was lost, and their brave knights, and Bayard with them, were left in the hands of the foe. The English gave the name of the Battle of the Spurs to this fight, for the French rode off so fast. At this time the good Queen Anne had to die, and Louis did not wait long for a new wife. He sought the hand of the Princess Mary of England, a young girl whose charms of face and mien were known in all the courts. He made a vow to pay to England a large sum of gold each year for 10 years, and so the young princess was made to wed him. He was not an old man, but he had to take great care of his health, and the feasts and shows that were made for his young bride quite wore him out, and, at the end of 6 weeks, on New Year's Day of 1515, his life came to an end. Louis had the love of his realm, spite of the wars that laid a tax on the folks that they could not bear. He was kind to all, and that went a long way with the French, and he was brave, as was seen in his acts. In one fight, he had a post where the guns of the Venetians could point right at him, and someone told him he should move. "Not at all, not at all," he said. "I do not fear. If there are those who do, let them get back of me." He was plain in his ways and was thought by some to be mean. Someone wrote a play in which they made fun of his close ways, and it was put on the stage. But he heard of this with no wrath. "Let them laugh at me and call me mean," he said. "It would be worse if they had to weep at my waste of the funds of the land." The Italian wars, though bad in one way, yet did good too, for through them the French saw a land full of stores of art. There they saw too the gems of old Greek times, and their taste grew for such things. There too were the great men who could wield the brush and paint dreams of love, or the sweet face of a child, or a bright bit of hill or vale or wood, or a wild beast, as they chose, or could mould from soft clay the form of a man or a fawn or a babe in its sleep, true to life. The French, from that time, grew to have more taste in all the forms of art. End of Chapter 12. Read by Lucy Bickley, Saint-Rémy de Provence, on the 15th of May, 2026. Chapter 13 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lucy Bickley. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 13. Francis I. Francis I was a young man when he came to the throne, brave, fine of face and form, and of good mind. But he had no love for truth or for God, and so he was not a true knight, as he fain would have been thought. To get back Italy was his first thought, so he set out to cross the Alps. But the Swiss, whom no one could trust, made out to block up his way, and there was a fierce fight. Night came on in the midst of it, and none could see where they were. The king, faint and weak, lay down, and they brought him a drink, but it was red with blood, and the sight of it made him sick. All night the great cow horns with which the Swiss were wont to call their men blew fast and hard, but the French took heart with the brave Bayard to lead them, and won at last. This was much thought of, for no one had got the best of the Swiss in a fight till this day. When the fight was done, Francis went and kneeled down to Bayard. He said he was the most brave and true of knights, and that he must take his sword and dub him a knight too. Bayard did so, and then gave his sword a kiss, and said it should be kept from all mean use from that day. Then Francis went at once to take back Milan. It was a new pope this time with whom he had to deal, Leo X, a man fond of art and books, but he had small care for the church of which he was the head. To this pope, Francis made a vow to give large sums each year if, for his part, he would let France fix on their own priests and give the great gifts of place in the church to her own men till the end of time. This, in the end, was bad for France, for the men at court would get a bad man to fill a place for the sake of his lands and his wealth. The priests grew to care naught for their flocks, and the flocks, who were not taught good things, grew worse and worse. Francis was like a spoiled child, and all that he did care for was to have a good time and win as much fame as he could. He thought he would like to have Germany for his own, and he sent for Hen-ry VIII of England to see if he would help him. They met at a place near Calais, and there was so much pomp in the tents and such a show of gold and gems that the place was known from that day as the Field of the Cloth of Gold. The two kings were both young men full of hope and joy, and it was said that they did act more like boys at play than like grave men with grave work to do. So it is not strange that naught came of it. And in a short time Francis took up a war with Charles of Spain. One of his chief men, the Duke of Bourbon, whose lands the king had made out to seize by a false suit, was in such a rage that he went to Charles, the King of Spain, and said he would fight for him. Charles was glad to get so good a chief, but most men felt that it was a shame for a French man to fight the French, and it is said that a great lord of Spain, with whom the Bourbon made his home for a while, would not so much as shake hands with him. Bourbon was with the troops that Charles sent to Italy to meet those of Francis. In a small fight near Ivrea, the good knight Briar was shot through the back. The French were in full flight, and they had to leave him in the shade of a tree. The Spanish were kind to him, for they knew he was a good and brave man, and the Duke of Bourbon came to him in great grief at his fate. "Sir," said Bayard, and they were his last words, "do not grieve for me, for I die in the right cause, like a brave man, but grieve for the Duke of Bourbon, who serves the foes of France and is false to his king, his land, and his oath." Then he set up his sword in front of him and drew his last breath as a true and good knight. But Bourbon went on, and in time he took the Spanish troops into the heart of France. Then the French to a man rose up and drove him out. When Francis saw this, he took heart, and once more set out to cross the Alps and get back what he had lost in Italy. There was a fight near Pavia, and in some way Francis took it in his head that he had won the day. He saw the foe make a move which he thought was a flight. With the cry, "They fly! Charge! Charge!" he made a dash in the midst of the foe. They came to a halt, and all at once he found them on all sides of him. He was thrown from his horse and had 2 wounds, and they told him he must give up his sword. He would not yield to the man sent from Bourbon, but he gave it to a Spaniard. Then he was sent to Madrid, and Charles, who said that he would break the pride of France, would not give him up, save on hard terms. These were that Francis should yield up all claim to lands in Italy and the Low Countries, and that he should take for his wife a princess of Spain, and give up his 2 sons as a pledge that all this would be done. Francis was in great grief at all this, and fell sick, and said at first he would give up the throne of France, for he could not bind his realm in such a way and take her rights from her. But he had no real truth in him, and when he had been held fast for 10 months, he said he would do it all. But at the same time he told a few of his French friends that he would not feel bound by such a pledge when he was set free, that Charles held him now, and so he could not help it. So he went on to swear and sign all that Charles chose, and they sent him with a guard on the way to his own land. There he met his 2 sons, who were sent as a pledge that he would keep all, which he did not mean to keep, and he took them in his arms and then gave them up to the Spaniards. When he stood on the soil of his own land once more, he sprang on his horse, made it bound in the air, and with a wave of his sword said, "I am yet a king." It would have been more if he could have said, "I am a true man," for his first thought when he got home was how he might break his word. But he put that off too, that he might have a fine time, for his own ease was still his main thought. He had 1 or 2 good tastes, for he brought the great men who could paint to his court. Raphael and Leonardo did fine work for him, and the last found a home with him and was his friend, so that when death came, he is said to have drawn his last breath in the arms of the king. The troops of Charles had gone into the heart of Italy by this time, and to the gates of Rome, and they took that great place. Bourbon was shot dead in this fight, and then there was no one to keep the troops from the worst of crimes. The Pope gave up, and Charles could make what terms he chose. Francis could make no stand, and then there was a sort of peace that bore the name of the Ladies' Peace, as some of the dames had a hand in it. At this time, some bad things had crept into the church, and there were some good men who had the wish to set it right. There was one, John Calvin by name, who had been meant for a priest in his youth. But as he knew more and more of the Church of Rome, he grew to think that it was wrong in some things, and he put forth books to tell his own views. Some in the king's house read these books and felt that they were true. Now, the king had no real love for the Church of Rome, for he was too wise a man not to know that they let the folks be taught a great deal that could not be true. But then this John Calvin had a hard creed. He did not think that a king should live for his own self, but for the good of those who were in his charge. A real good priest of the church would have taught the same thing, but Francis did not bring the good ones round him, so the words of Calvin made him mad. Some of the Calvinists went too far, it may be, for they broke a Virgin Mary that was set up in one of the streets of Paris. This woke the wrath of the mob, and they took them and gave them into the hands of the priests, who set to work to try them, and as they found they did not hold the views of the true church, they had them burnt at the stake. This was the way they had to bring folks to a right mind in those days. But this made the Calvinists more firm in their creed, and they did not love the Church of Rome more for this way that they took to put down the truth with a strong hand. The Calvinists in France were known as Huguenots, a word which means that they were all bound by an oath. Calvin, when he found he could not stay in France, went to Geneva to live, but from there he sent out to his band the rules to guide their lives. Margaret, Queen of Navarre, was on the side of the Huguenots. She thought there was much that was wrong in her own church, and she had the wish to set it right, but not to leave it. The king let her have her own way, for he did not want her to break with her church. So she brought up her one child, Jane, to be a strong Huguenot. When Jane was but 12 years old, they made her wed the dull old Duke of Cleves, though she could not bear him, and her tears and cries might have wrung the heart of a king. But the poor child had no chance, though she was so faint when the bride's dress was put on her that she could not stand. The king bade one of his court take her up and bear her to the church. But ere the feast was past, Francis heard that the Duke of Cleves had made friends with the Emperor, his old foe. He said all was null and void, as the bride had not gone to the church of her own will. He was glad that he could say that, and we are sure poor Jane was glad too. Jane was at last wed to one of the Dukes of Bourbon, who held the name of the King of Navarre in her right, though, in truth, Spain held most of the lands of Navarre. Charles V and Francis kept up a war for most of their lives, but there were no great fights fought. Once, when Charles had to go through France, the king gave him a feast, but he said with a laugh, "Here is one who says I am a great fool to let you go free," and he went on to point out one of the great dames of the court. King Charles took care to drop a ring of great cost in her hands. Then, when one of the sons of the king, a wild youth, caught Charles round the waist in play, with the cry, "Yield now, I have you, fast!" it is said that he did not quite see the joke. He must have been glad to have got out of the land. When he was home once more, Francis heard that there was strife in his land, so he went to war with him, broke his word, as he was wont to do. But in time a peace was made, and then the life of Francis came to an end. His death was in the same year as that of Hen-ry VIII of England. His reign may be said to have done more harm than good to France. End of chapter 13. Read by Lucy Bickley, Saint-Rémy de Provence, on the 18th of May, 2026.
Chapter 14 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 14. Hen-ry II and the Boy King. Hen-ry II was the son of Francis. He was a man who might have done well if he had true men for his friends, and his lot had been cast in good times. He was not one who could hew out a path for his own feet and change the face of a land for good, but he was born with a stream. The whole court was vile. The priests dare not speak plain truths to him, so he went on in sin, with none to stand in his way. The Huguenots, who read the true way of life in the word of God, saw with a sad heart all that the vile court did. They said the way the priests let it go on was a sign that their church could not be true. The gay young sprigs at court found much to laugh at in the strict, dull lives of the Huguenots. And that creed was not to their taste, of course. The king, with all his faults, had a kind heart and was true to his friends. The chief of these was the Constable de Montmorency, to whom he held fast all his life. Hen-ry II went on with the war with the Emperor of Germany and sent the Duke of Guise with troops to seize the town of Metz, to which he said he had a right. There Guise, shut in from help, stood a long siege, till the emperor found his troops so worn out from want of food that he drew off of his own will. He was now old and had much pain from the gout, and he knew what it was to long for rest and peace, that he might think of death. So he thought he would give up his crown to his heirs and go in some home of peace for the rest of his days. His son, Phil-ippe II, had for his wife the English Queen Mary, so the English gave him help in his fights with France, and they took the French town of Saint-Quentin, but the French in their turn, through the Duke of Guise, took Calais, which had been in the hands of the English since the time of Edward III. But in the end, Henry made a peace, and the Italian wars came to a close. Still the Huguenots had a hard time, and the king and all his counts, high court dames and all, would go to see them burned at the stake, as if they were a show. One poor man on his way to the stake gave Henry a last look, which was said to come back to haunt him all the days of his life. but his life did not last long. When the Princess Margaret was wed to the Duke of Savoy, there were great feasts and games. Henry took part in one of these games, in which he rode in arms at full speed with a lance in his hand. A knight met him, and they had a tilt in sport. But the point of the knight's lance went by chance through the king's eye to his brain. He was borne from the lists and did not speak for 2 days, and then death came. In the meantime, Margaret was wed to the duke. Henry left 4 sons, all too young to reign. Francis II was weak and sick, and a mere boy, but he had a young wife, whom we know as Mary, Queen of Scots. Catherine de' Medicis had the rule in her own hands, and could bend her son to her will. She did not care for right or wrong, so to suit her own ends, she made friends of the Huguenots and their chiefs. Queen Jane of Navarre was their real chief, and had made her small realm of Bern strong in that faith. Then there was the Prince of Condé, and the good Coligny, who was a man of true heart, and had won the love of all the Huguenots. Condé had laid a plot to seize the Duke of Guise and the young king, but it was found out in time. The Duke of Guise, for his part, had made a plan to take Condé and the man Queen Jane had wed, who went by the name of the King of Navarre. They were to be sent for the king's room, and he was then to call out, "Here, guards," and the guards were to rush in and seize or kill the two. But Francis could not make up his mind to do such a vile deed, so he would not give his word, and let both go. Guise was wroth at this, and said the king was not brave, but it was a good thing that the poor boy was kept from such an act, for this was the last of his life. His death came in a short time, and his wife, Queen Mary, went back to Scotland. Charles IX, who was but 12 years old, came to the throne. The Duke of Guise lost his place in the court when his niece Mary went, and Katherine took more and more heed to the words of Condé. She had the chiefs of the Huguenots come to meet the chiefs of the Church of Rome, to see if there was not some way in which they could be brought back to the church once more. This did not bring forth much good, but the Huguenots had leave to meet on the outside of the walls of a town where they could not be in the way of the Catholics. They felt such joy at this that their zeal made them do some rash things. Where they had the strength, they would knock down the cross and all signs of the faith of the Church of Rome, and do all they could to show their hate of that church. In one place there was a barn where the Huguenots were wont to meet, and the Duke of Guise heard them sing and pray there one day. Those who were with him got in a rage at this, and broke in the barn, and there was a fight in which some came to their death. This was the first act of the sad war of Catholic and Huguenot. There were short times of peace. There was through all this war a Guise at the head of the Catholics, and a Bourbon at the head of the Huguenots. And the queen would at times be on this side, and at times on that, and she was so false you could not trust the word she said. At one time the town of Rouen fell in the hands of the Huguenots, and Guise was shot in the siege. His son, who was young at the time, thought that the man who shot him was sent by Coligny, and he and his kin made a vow to pay him some day for the crime. In this siege, too, the King of Navarre met his death. He was not much lost to the Huguenots, for he had left them, and his wife, Queen Jane, could do more now that she was free of him. Queen Katherine saw that the new creed was on the gain, and she said to her court dames with a light laugh, "Well, we shall have to pray in French. You know, in the Catholic Church they pray in Latin for the most part, while this new sect had all French. Katherine had more love for her third son, Henry, Duke of Anjou, than for the rest. He was as false and bad as her heart could wish. In one of the fights where he led, the Prince of Condé, who rode with his arm in a sling, got a kick from the horse that broke his leg. He did not give up, but rode on. His side lost that day, and his foe took him. They had to lift him down from his horse. He sat down by a tree, for he could not stand up, and there a friend of the Duke of Anjou shot him through the head. The Queen of Navarre felt that she must come to the help of her side. She had one son, Hen-ry of Navarre, and there was a young Prince Conde of the same age. She had brought up her son well. He had run out on the hills with the lads who kept sheep, and he was stout of limb and brave. She had taught him, too, her own creed, and she thought he was strong in that. These two youths Queen Jane took to be at the head of the Huguenot troops, and they were met with joy. The good colony gave his help to them, and their cause grew and spread so that the queen did not feel at ease. She saw that she could not put them down by force, so she thought she would find guile. She gave them gifts of land that made the Catholics hate them the more, and she said she would give the Princess Marguerite to Hen-ry of Navarre for his wife if he would come to her court. Poor Queen Jane did not like to let her boy go, for she knew what a gay court it was, and the tone of it did not suit her. Her own small court was grave and strict and dull, so it was not strange that the youth should like the change. Katherine read Italian songs with him and made his life gay, and it was not hard to laugh him out of the strict ways of his home. Queen Jane would write to him of his dogs and pet horse and all the things he once had to care for, so as to keep his love for his home. Then Katherine sent the son back, and Jane came to see her. Katherine could not make much of her, for she was not her kind, and she could not read her. While she was at this court, poor Jane all at once fell sick, and her death came in such a way all thought that Katherine had a hand in it. For there was a man in the court who dealt in drugs of death, and he was known as the Queen's Poisoner. End of chapter 14. Read by Grace Bangkok, 24th of April, 2025. Chapter 15 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 15. A Great Crime. Poor Charles IX would have been a good man if the Queen had let him, but she taught him the way to rule was to cheat and lie, and he had such fear of her that he put down all that was good in his heart. To get the Huguenots in her hands, she gave the Princess Marguerite to the young Hen-ry the Navarre. The Pope would not give his leave, as this young man was out of the true church, as he thought, but the Queen did not mind that. She could forge his hand and write like him, and did so. When the poor young bride, whose heart had been set on someone else, heard the words, "Wilt thou take this man?" she would not say yes. But one of the Queen's sons was seen to push down her head, so that the nod had to stand for yes. Coligny and all his friends came to this feast, and the king found the old man so brave and true that he quite lost his heart to him. Katherine had a fear of this, and one day the good Coligny was shot in the street. His hand was much torn, and he was so ill that all his friends came to see him, and the king with the rest. The queen laid a plot with her third son, the Duke of Anjou and the Duke of Guise, that when the bell of a great church should ring in the night at the hour of 12, all the folks of Paris should rise and kill all Huguenots who had the ill luck to lodge with them. It was at the dawn of the saint's day that the bell was to ring. At first King Charles held out that he would not do this vile thing, for there were some of the Huguenots that he had learned to love. But when he found that he could not save the good Coligny, he said, "Let them all die, let none live to hate me." But he took in his own room his old nurse, who was of that creed, and one friend whom he had the wish to save. There were some more who had to come to the court with the King of Navarre, and these were all shot save one man, who made a dash into the new bride's room and clung to her. On all sides it was naught but shoot and kill. The men of the goose wore white scarfs on their arms, that they might know their own band in the dark, and a troop of them made a rush for the room where the good Coligny lay, ill, slew him, and flung his corpse in the street. A friend of his fled by the roof and hid in a loft of hay, where a hen came each day and laid an egg, which was all he had to live on. All the mobs in Paris made a rush through the streets to rob and kill as they choose, and the streets ran red with blood. In all the towns of France where the Huguenots were weak, the same scenes went on. This has become known as the Massacre of Saint Bartholomew, and is a dark stain on France. It was a crime that was heard of by all with grief and shame. The young king was half mad that night, and he drew his sword on the King of Navarre and Prince of Conde, and would have struck them, if his young wife had not heard of it, and ran in as she was, with her hair down, to beg him to spare them. He said he would spare their lives if they would come back to the church, but he did not trust them, and had at all times fear of them. When Queen Elizabeth of England heard of this night of crime, she and all her court put on black clothes as a sign of grief. In the meantime, the poor young king could think of naught else but the deeds of that night, and how he had drawn into a trap the good men he had learned to love. He would go out and hunt and ride for a long ways, and blow great blasts on his horn, but he could not drive the thoughts of these scenes from him, and all that he did was to hurt his own health. His lungs grew weak, and at times they would bleed, and then he thought he was in the midst of the blood of the Huguenots. He had his old nurse with him, but Queen Katherine did not care to be with him much, though she kept a watch on him lest his grief should be known. So death came to him in the year 1574, when he was still quite a youth, and his last words went to show that his heart was full of grief for what had been done. The war with the Huguenots still went on when he was dead, and each side made a boast of their crimes, and the men they had slain. If the troops of the Queen came on a place where the Huguenots had met to preach, they burned the house and slew all who came out of it. And if the Huguenots found a church of the Catholics, they did not spare the monks or the nuns. End of chapter 15. Read by Grace Sila, Bangkok, 1st of May, 2025.
Chapter 16 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lucy Bickley. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 16. Hen-ry III. The new king, Hen-ry III, was a strange man. Though he was brave in a fight, he had no strength of mind. He took for his wife a young girl who was kin to the Duke of Guise by the name of Louise. She did not wish to wed the king, but she could not help it, and led a sad life with him. He was fond of fine clothes and vain of his looks. He slept in a mask and gloves for the sake of his skin, and put paint on his face. He had a set of friends who were fops like him. Yet they made a great show of love for their church, and each wore a string of beads wrought like skulls with a cross on it, and they would go, with bare feet and sackcloth, on to the church, with whips in their hands with which to flog their own selves for their sins. Yet they were bad men, and did not think much of crime. When one of them met his death, the king would go and weep for him, and then he would take out the earrings that had been his own gift to the dead man, and in a short time he would like someone else just as well. Henry was quite fond of small dogs. He had 3 of them in a silk bag, slung around his neck, where he could pet them, and when he went to ride, he had the seat full of them. Henry of Navarre, at the end of 2 years which he spent at this court, fled to the Huguenots in the south of France, and said that he had come back to their faith. He led them so well that a peace was made with them, and his wife was sent to him. She had been spoiled by Queen Catherine's bad court, and had a small sense of right or wrong. The king had no heirs, so that the crown was sure to go to Henry of Navarre. All knew that he was the right heir, but that a Huguenot king should reign in France was more than the Catholics could bear. So they went to work to form a band to which they gave the name of the League. The great aim of this league was to keep Henry of Navarre from the throne of France. The Duke of Guise was at the head of this league, and they were so strong that they could force King Henry to do as they chose. The king grew at last to fear the Duke, and laid a plot by which he could get rid of him. He hid guards whom he could trust by the stairs, and in the room next to his own, and when Guise came to call on the king, they fell on him, threw him down, and made an end of him. When Henry knew that the Duke was dead, he came out of his room to look at his late foe. "How tall he is," was all the king said. On the same day the Cardinal of Guise met his death, Henry went up to Queen Katherine, who was ill in bed, to tell her that he was at last free from his foes, but she did not see the way clear, and she said, "You have cut, but can you sew up again? Have you thought of all this will bring on you?" He said he had done so. "Then you must be prompt and firm," she said. But she did not live to help him through. Her life came to an end in 2 weeks from that time. She had done the most harm she could to her sons, her land, and her church. All the league was mad with rage. The sons of Guise were small, but one of their kin, the Duke of Mayence, took the lead. They did all they could to stir up the folk and make them hate their king. They made some sort of form to which they gave his name, and bore it through the streets, and made vile jests at it, and gave it bad names, and cut off its head, to show what they would be glad to do to the real king if he fell in their hands. Poor Henry was at his wits' end, and sent at last to beg Henry of Navarre to come and help him. The two met, and were great friends. They put all their troops at once to work on the siege of Paris, and this, of course, made the league worse and more in a rage. So a young monk by the name of Clement, who thought it was no sin to set the church free from a man like Henry, slipped out of Paris with a note for him, and while he read it, gave him a thrust with a knife. Clement was at once slain by one near, and the king, who felt that he must die, sent for Henry of Navarre. He came, and the king gave him his hand, and said that it was his wish that all should own him King of France. "But," said he, "you cannot reign if you do not come back to the Church of Rome." Thus came to his death Hen-ry III, the last and least of his line. The League felt great joy at his death, and they held up the monk Clement as a saint, and set up one of the Bourbons for king, as they said no Huguenot should wear the crown of France. End of chapter 16. Read by Lucy Bickley, Saint-Rémy de Provence, on the 7th of June, 2026.
Chapter 17 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by mpinedag. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 17. Hen-ry IV. When Hen-ry IV came to the throne, he is said to have been so poor that he had not a good coat to his back, and had to wear one of the dead kings to meet the lords who came to see him and swear to serve him. France was in two parts, those of the League, who swore he should not reign, and had put up an old man, a Bourbon, for the crown, and all the rest who were his friends. He was so bright, kind, and good that all were fond of him who had once heard his frank voice and seen his smile. He had to fight his way to the throne through more ups and downs than we can tell of here. There was one great fight at Ivry, of which you might have read, where he said to his men, "Press where ye see my white plume shine in the ranks of war." And he told them to think of that sad night in Paris, when the white hair of the good old Coligny had been made red with his blood, and to pray to the Most High God, who rules the chance of war, that he would fight for his own good name and Henry of Navarre. So they won that fight, but still he was kept out of Paris for years. The Spanish came to help the League, and at last he saw that there was no way out of it but to join the Catholic Church. They were glad to gain him to their side, but for a long time the League did not trust him and feel or act as friends. Henry had one of the best hearts, and he went in for peace with all and made friends on both sides. He felt much for the poor, and said he would be glad to see the time come when each poor man in France could have a fat hen to boil in his pot. He sought to make Catholic and Huguenot live at peace. He gave the Huguenots leave to meet where they chose, and to preach and pray in their own way, and they might have schools and serve in the troops or at the court. And as a pledge of this he let them hold 3 towns. This law was known as the Edict of Nantes. He had hard work to pass this law, for the Catholics thought it was a sin for men to stay out of their church. But all were sick of the long wars and the loss of men, so at last this edict was made law, and France was at peace. He had put away his first wife, for as she had been made by force to take him, he got the Pope to say it was all null and void. He took Mary de Medicis, who was dull and fond of self. She brought him 2 boys and 3 girls, and he had a great love for this, and would sport and play with them as if he, too, were a child. Once a great man from a strange court came to see him, and he was found on all fours on the floor with his small son on his back. "Have you a son?" he said to the great lord. "Yes, sire." "Then we will go on with our game," said the king. There were some left of the League who still felt a hate for the king for the Edict of Nantes, and he had some fear of them yet. So he did not like to bring a crowd in Paris to crown his new wife, lest some harm should come. But as it was put off year by year, she felt it as a slight, and at last he gave in. He said to a friend in a grave way as he sat in the box to watch the show, "How would they all feel now if the last trump were to sound?" He did not know his own call was so near. The next day, as he went out to ride, a man by the name of Rev-o-lu-tion sprang on the wheel and gave him a note to read. While he read it, the man had a chance to stab him to the heart. He fell dead at once, May 14, 1610. France felt his loss through the length and breadth of the land, and loves his name to this day. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by mpinedag. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 18. Louis XIII. The son of Hen-ry IV was but 9 years old when the throne came to him, and Mary de Medicis took all the rule and with her friends did as they chose in France. But their rule came to an end at the close of 7 years, for someone put it in the young king's head that there was a plot to get rid of him. He thought it best to get rid of them and save his own life, so the chief friend of the queen was put to death, and Mary de Medicis left the court of her son. Louis XIII was a strange, slow, dull man with a cold heart. His health was bad, and to have to think or to take pains for the thing was hard work for him. What he did care for was to have some friend by him who would laugh, talk, and hunt with him, and take all care from him. There was one man in the court who thought for him, Richelieu by name, and he grew at last to have the whole rule of the king. He would let him have young men for his friends, but if one of these had the force to stir up the king to act for his own self, Richelieu would find it out and have that bold man put to death. The king would not make a move to save his friends, and when they were once out of his sight, he thought no more of them. In truth, it was too hard work for him to think, and he was glad to have Richelieu think for him. He gave Richelieu the most high place in the church, that is, he made him cardinal. This man was in truth a great man, and he did much for France and for the king. But he was a hard, stern man, and did not care to be just or how much pain he gave, if he could do the one thing he had at heart, make the throne of France more strong. He put down all that came in his way, and thought not of a man's death, and he got rid of all the great men who were not on his side. He made war on the Huguenots, spite of the edict, and strove to take their town, La Rochelle, from them. There was a long, sad siege. Charles I of England sent the poor folks help, but at last they were like to starve, and had to give up their town. The Church of Rome at this time was more pure than it had been when the Huguenots went out of it. They had some good priests who went out in their streets and brought in the poor girls and boys who had no homes and were like to starve. They made a home for them and set some good nuns to take care of them. From these came the Sisters of Mercy, of whom you have heard. They go out to nurse the sick and to take care of the poor young ones who have no kin and to teach them. The great dames at the court, and the queen too, would put on plain clothes and go and nurse the sick. She was of the house of Spain. Anne of Austria by name, and she was good and sweet in her ways to all, but no one had much thought for her in the court. For a long time she bore the king no child, but at last a son came, and there was great joy. War went on with Spain all through this reign, and the cardinal still brought France through in the best way. But he had been in bad health for years, though he had gone on with all his work as if he had been a strong man. He did not like to let go the reins, though his hands were weak, but the time came when he must let them fall. With his last breath he said that it had been his aim to work for God and the good of the state, and he told the king that he might trust a priest by the name of Mazarin to take his place. So at last the end came to the great cardinal on the 4th of December, 1642. Louis, as was his way, did not show much grief at the death of Richelieu. He said when he heard it, "There is a great statesman gone." And when there was a harsh storm on the day that they laid the great man in the tomb, he said, "The cardinal has a bad day for his trip." You see, he had a cold heart and had no care but for his own self. His life came to an end in 6 months from that time. When death drew near, he sent for his son, 5 years old. "I am Louis XIV," said the boy. "Not yet, my son, not yet," the king had still strength to say, but in a few hours the boy's words were true. The child of 5 was Louis XIV. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 19. Louis XIV. 5 years old and a king. If the boy could have seen all his long life spread out that day, he would have wept at the thought that he must wear a crown. Anne of Austria had the rule for a long time, and she made a friend of the new cardinal, Mazarin. This man was not so great as Richelieu, but he had more guile. He was not French, and so the folks did not like to have him rule them, and they gave him the name of the Fox, from his sly ways. 4 days from the time the child king came to the throne, the French won a great fight with Spain, and peace was made. Then the great lords who had been in the war came home, and they had naught to do but to find fault with Mazarin, and to make things as hard for him as they could. There was in Paris a band of men made up of those who knew the law, and some of the great lords and those who were kin to the king by the name of Parliament. There is a Parliament in England too, but this was not just like it. it could not make laws or grant a tax, but when the king made a law or a tax, they could not go in force if this band of men did not wish it. So when Mazarin and the king's name laid a tax on all the food that was brought in to Paris, there was a great row which is known by the name of the Fronde. The Fronde is the French name of a sling, and in the first part of the strife, the men would stand up and throw up sharp words and then draw back just like small boys who sling stones. They stood out for fogs, and Paris was twice in a state of siege through this strife. At first, the Prince of Conde was on the side of the king, but he made Queen Anne send Mazarin from France. He was so stern and hard that he made the queen hate him, and by some means she brought Mazarin back, and he threw Conde in jail. The wife of Conde got the Fronde to help set him free. As soon as he was free, he went to work to stir up new strife, but he lost and was sent out of France, when, to his shame be it said, he went on the side of Spain, and made war with her on his own land. It was hard for him to see with what skill the French troops were led, while he had to serve one who knew not. He felt sure his side would lose, and he said to the Duke of York, "Now you will see how a fight ought not to be fought." You have heard more than once that France made peace with Spain, but you have seen that it did not last long. Now there was one more made in 1659. The name of it was the Peace of the Pyrenees, and Spain gave up some towns to France. King Louis was to take back Conde and to wed the young Maria Theresa of Spain. 2 years from this time death took the cardinal. He left great wealth and had done much for France. Louis had grown up with the thought that the land was made for him, not that he was made for the good of the land. Yet he was a man of sense, and Mazarin had said, "There is stuff for 4 kings in him, and a good man too." When the cardinal was gone, and one was heard to ask to whom they should now go, the king said, "To me." And from that time, through his long life, he heard all who came to him. He had not been taught much in his youth, though Anne of Austria was a good queen, and sought to teach her sons to fear God. He had a wish to learn and read much, but he could not be quite the same as if he had been taught young. But his grace of mien was such that he was said to have the stamp of a king in all his ways. His skirt was grand and stiff. Each one had his place there, and could not come out of it. Who must stand, and who might sit, who might be on stools, and who must kneel, was all known and kept as a law. Louis XIV had the wish to have the name of great, but he did not seem to know that the true way was to do good for his folk, not to make his realm large. He had 2 great men at the head of his troops, Turenne and the Prince of Conde, and he did not mind where he went to war, or if the cause were just or not, so long as he won. And he felt as if the fame were all his when he had got some town in the siege, and he would ride out to see it in a grand coat with gold lace on it, and a fine hat with a white plume, and he would be as proud as though he had done all by his own might. And the troops were so proud of him that the mere sight of him made them feel brave, and they would fight with staunch hearts. They did not seem to see that they had all the hard work, and he all the fame. He had wed Maria Theresa of the House of Spain, and when the King of Spain was dead, he set up a claim to all the Low Countries. This would have made France too strong, so England and the Dutch were bound to do what they could do to spoil this plan. There were some great fights, but Louis found means to bribe England to leave the Dutch in the lurch. They were brave men and were led by William, Prince of Orange. More than once did they lose, but they would not give in. At last they kept out the French in a strange way. They flung wide the floodgates that keep Holland from the sea. In this way they could flood the land so that the French could not come in. Then Germany took up the cause of the Dutch, but Louis sent the great Turenne to fight them, and he took Alsace. He led his troops in, and they did not spare the land. Crops were burned down, and men gave way to the worst that was in them. Turenne did as the king bade him, but this war was a dark stain on his life. He was a kind man and a just, and it must have gone to his heart to see the crimes that were done. He had the love of his men, and once, when worn out with the march, he had gone to sleep on a bare, bleak hillside. It came on to snow. his men took off their own cloaks and made a tent to shield him from the storm. He fell in this war as he stood by a tree near the town of Salzbach. A ball struck him with great force, so that he was near cut in two. He was laid to rest in the church, where are all the tombs of the kings. Conde took his place and won more than one hard fight, till at last peace was made and Louis still held Strasbourg and Alsace. Louis had wise men in his court as well as in the field. He was fond of great men, statesmen, and those who wrote well. There was Bossuet, who had a high place in the church, as well for the style in which he could preach as for his great lore. Louis gave his son to this man's church, but the youth had small sense and did not care for books. His joy was in cards or the hunt, so he did not learn much. This young man took a wife from the court of Germany and had 3 sons. To them the king gave one of the best and most pure men of that age to teach them. His name was Fenelon, and the book he wrote to guide his young charges is read to this day. He taught them how to be good and to rule in the best way. He could not hold up the king to them, and so he wrote out his views in the form of a tale. He wrote of a young Greek prince who set out on a tour and went through all sorts of land and saw what was good and bad in their laws. Someone stole this book and sent it to Holland, where it was put in print. When the king read it, he had the king's sight to see that it was meant to teach the young prince to do more for his folks than he had done and to care more for their good. So he felt a hate of the good man and kept him from the court, and did not let him see the young prince but once more in his life. When Louis lost his wife Maria Theresa of Spain, he wedded a dame of the court by the name Madame de Maintenon. He did not own her as his queen, and not more than 3 or 4 at the court knew she was his wife. He would ask her what she thought on all points, and he let her guide him in some things. She was strict in all church ways, and did her best to make him so, but he was too proud to mold his life by our Lord, who took a low place in the world. The one thing she could make the king do was to treat in the worst way all those who did not think as she did. She led him to take back the Edict of Nantes, and so the poor Huguenots had hard times once more. Troops were sent in their midst to live in their homes, eat their food, and spoil their goods, and try in all sorts of ways to make Catholics of them. Their schools were shut up, and their boys and girls sent off where they could be brought up in the Catholic faith. Some were thrown in jail, and if they got out by chance, they would be caught and put to death. All that could leave the land did so. Some went to England and set up silk works there. Some of great rank found a place in the English court. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by mpinedag. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 20. Old Age of Louis XIV. When James II was sent from the throne of England, he found a home in France with Louis XIV. William of Orange was King of England, and he was a great foe of the French king, who did all he could to stir up strife in his land. He had James and his queen to live with him at his court, and sent out his own troops to fight for him and try and get back the throne for him, but it was all in vain. The English felt all the moral hate for James that he had brought the French on them, and they beat his troops at the Boyne and his ships at the Hague, so that he had to give it up at last. At this time came the death of Charles II of Spain, and he left no heir to the throne. But as the first wife of Louis XIV had been the most near of kin to the king, he thought his son should have the crown. But the Emperor of Germany, who was king to the House of Spain, set up one of his sons as the heir. From this came what has been known as the War of the Spanish Succession. Louis was first on the field. He sent off his son's son at once with a large force. He said to him, "There are no more Pyrenees," by which he meant that France and Spain were now to be as one land. Now this was just what the rest of the world did not wish. France was a great deal too strong as it was, and so England and all the rest of Europe went to the help of the Archduke Charles to win Spain. So the Archduke went to Spain and the English fought on his side. The French did their best to draw him back by a raid on his own land, but they were met by English and Austrian troops led by the great Duke of Marlborough and Prince Eugene of Savoy. At Blenheim, the French were put to rout with great loss. Prince Eugene was French and had been in the court, but had found the court life too dull for him. So he with some young friends had gone with the troops off to fight the Turks. Louis was in a great rage at this, and when he found in the notes of these young men, which he made out to get in his hands, that they spoke of him in jest, as a stage king in peace and a chess king in war, he did not feel more kind to them. Prince Eugene at last had gone to serve Germany, and he led the troops with great skill. They tell of his brave deeds now in German songs. Grief came to Louis at this time in the death of a son, and his men were worn out with war, and those at home found that the tax on them for all these wars was more than they could pay. The priests and the great lords paid no tax, so that it all fell on the poor. Then in France the rank did not just go to the firstborn son as in England, but all the sons had the same rank and need pay no tax all their lives. When they grew up they must be priests or fight. A poor man could not rise to a great rank in a war if he was not of good birth, though he might be more wise and brave than all the rest. So the great mass of the folks grew more and more out of heart with the way things went on. The troops lost all the fights, and it would seem as if the foe might soon march straight to the gates of Paris. But just then Queen Anne of England made a change, and Marlborough, who was such a great chief, lost his place, and this led to a peace, and they let the French Philip be the king of Spain. Things grew more sad and dull at the French court. The king kept up his old state, but his strength was gone, and it was hard work for Madame de Maintenon to please him. The bright young wife of his son, the Duke of Burgundy, whom you know had been taught by that good man Fenelon, could cheer up the king more than the rest. She was gay and full of fun, while the Dauphin was grave and thought much of what a state the land would be in when it was left to him. But he did not have to bear that load, for in a few short days death swept from the earth, first the bright young Dauphiness, then their 2 young sons, and last of all the good Dauphin. All were ill such a short time that there were some that thought they had been put out of the way by a sly dose from some foe. So there was none left but the old king and one small babe that could not walk, and Philip of Orleans, who was known to be a bad man. So there was not a bright look out for France when Louis drew his last breath in 1715. The poor boy who could not walk was now king of France, and the one who had all the rule was the bad Duke of Orleans, one of the worst of men. The court of France, while he had the sway, grew more and more vile. He came to his death just as Louis XV was grown up. The king was a slow, dull, shy youth, not fit to be at the head of things at all, and he was drawn into all sorts of sins by the men who had been the friends of the Duke of Orleans. The queen was kind and sweet, though not bright, and at first the king was fond of her. But the bad men did not wish to have the court too prim and dull, and they meant to lead the king their own way. So they made him fond of drink and vile jokes and coarse in all his ways, so that the poor young queen shrank from him, and he grew to hate her. He spent all his spare time in the worst kind of sprees, and it was but once in a while that he would let his folk see him. Yet all the time the folk, who did not know the worst, were true to him, and once when he was ill they were like to break their hearts, and went wild with joy when he got well. At that time they gave him the name of Louis the Well-Beloved, a name that must have had a sad sound in the days that were to come. A war went on all this time. Austria and the English on one side fought Prussia and the French. The French won at Fontenoy. Louis was with the troops, but it was the great Marshal Saxe who won the day. The war was hard on the poor of France. The new Duke of Orleans, who was a good man, brought the king one day a bit of the vile black bread to show him what the poor had to eat, but Louis had no heart. The land did have a few years of peace just then, but soon a new war broke out, known as the 7 Years' War. This time England was with Prussia and France on the side of Austria. There was a great fight at Minden, which the French lost, and a new peace was made with all the lands. But poor France could not hope for much while I had a king like Louis XV, who had such low tastes that he had no love but for what was coarse and base. He had but one son, the Dauphin, who had grown up pure and good in the midst of that vile court, and his wife was like him. Shut out by the king's hate from all parts in the rule of France, these two spent their time in the care of their boys and girls, and they taught them well. But death took them in the prime of life, and their dear ones were left to mourn. The king grew worse in his old age, and would dress up so that he should not be known and join in the fun at a low dance house or with a vile Paris mob. Yet each morn he went to church, and none of the priests dared speak out and tell him of his sins. The folk were half mad with their woes and ground down to the dust. There were some men at that time who wrote that all the creeds and priests were wrong, and that men in the old days who had not heard of Christ were more wise and good to their kind than these who went by the name of Christians. It was not strange that they found crowds to believe them, for the folk saw that things were done in this age, and the church said not, so it would seem that it was as bad as the rest. In fact, things had come to such a pass that they felt that no change could be for the worse. When the king was told that there was a great storm at hand that might crush the throne of France, he said, "It will last my time." So you see, to the last, self was his one thought. His son's son, the young Dauphin, had grown up and wed a fair young wife, Maria Antoinette of Austria. The night she came to Paris, there was a grand show and fireworks, and in the midst of it there was a cry of fire, which gave rise to a great fright. There was a rush in one of the gates, and some were thrown down, and the tramp of it came to crush out their lives. This was felt to be a bad sign for the poor young bride. When this young pair heard that the old king was dead, they fell on their knees with the cry, "Oh, God help us, we are too young to reign." End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 21. Louis XVI and the French Revolution. No one could have been more full of zeal to set things right than was Louis XVI when he came to the throne. But the land had had an age of wrongs, and things could not be set right at once, and it was hard to know what to do first. And though the king had the wish to be kind to all, he had a shy way with him, and could not see at once how to act. Then the land had had bad kings so long that it was not strange that they could not trust him, though he meant all for their good. The queen, too, did not please them. She was a bright, gay young girl who had been brought up in a court where things were not so stiff, and did not act by rule. Once, when some dames came to pay their court, a few of her maids who had been on their feet for a long time sat down on the floor. At that time it was the mode to wear great hoops, and these girls thought the hoops would hide them. The young queen saw it and gave a kind nod and a laugh. The old dames went home and said the queen made game of them. She did laugh at the strict code by which they sought to keep her stiff and prim. Once she fell off her mule in a ride. She sat on the ground till one of them, the prim court dames, came to her, and then said, "Pray, can you tell me, when a queen and her mule both fall at once, which ought to be the first to get up?" The great home of the king at Versailles was too grand to live in, so they made a small court in Trianon. Here the queen had a small house and farm, and a place where they kept cows to milk, and made cheese like poor folks. She and her maids would dress in white with straw hats and make hay, and do all sorts of things in sport. The free life with no rules was a great joy to them. But the poor folks who saw no fun in work did not think all was right. They took it in their heads that all sorts of wrong things went on at the queen's pet farm. They had not but hate for the bright young queen, just for the cause that her land had once been at war with theirs. At that time there was a war in America with George III of England, and a young man from France by the name of Lafayette went to help the States. Louis, too, sent troops to help them, and they won in the end and were free from the king's rule. When the folks in France saw this, they, too, were full of hate of the kings, and felt that it would be best for all ranks if the poor were not ground down by the old rights of their lords. No one felt more for the poor than the king. He had all the peers meet in 1789 to see what could be done. But the poor in Paris would not wait. They grew like a mob that heeds no law. When they saw one who they thought was not on their side, they would cry out, "To the lamp," and hang him at once up to the lamp, which were on rods in the street. They made a rush to the grim stone jail, which was known as the Bastille, where the old kings had shut up all who were in their way. But they found few there, for Louis XVI had set them all free. The mob of men took the name of the National Guard and wore bows and scarves of red, white, and blue. Then the men who had met to change the laws took the name of National Assembly. At first they said that no law should pass save with the vote of the king, but they soon laid that on one side and did as they chose. At last, when food grew scarce in Paris, the mob made a rush out to Versailles, the grand home of kings. The mob thought that Louis and his queen had hard hearts and did not care if they should starve. It was told that the queen did not know in the least what the poor had to bear, and when one said to her, "They starve the want of bread," she said, "Why do they not eat cake?" The mob went in with shouts and yells for the queen to come out. She had a brave heart, and she did not stay back, but she came out in full sight with her son of 6 years old and her girl of 12 by the hand. She thought the mob might shoot her, and that it might be her death would calm their rage. There was a cry first, "No young ones," so she sent them back and stood there in the face of that mad throng. No hand was held up to harm her. Night came on, and the mob made a new rush for the rooms of the house. They went into the queen's room, but she was gone. The next day the king and his wife were brought back to Paris, the mob going in front of them with hoots and yells all the way. They would call out to those near, "Now you need not starve, for we bring you the man who makes bread and his wife and boy." The National Assembly went on to take all rights from the lords and all lands from the church. And they said, all the priests must take on an oath to mind them, not the church, and if they would not, they must leave their flocks. The poor king and queen had such a hard life that they thought it would be best if they got out of the town, but they were seen and brought back, and a more strict watch set on them. Once a mob made a rush in on them and spent 3 hours in mad rage. They were wild with drink, and could but heap vile words on the poor king and queen. The Swiss guards would have fought to the last man to keep them out, but Louis was so kind that he could not bear to have a drop of blood shed for him. He did all he could to make peace. He went to the National Assembly and took the queen and his boy with him. He rose and said, "I, King of the French, swear that I will hold to all the laws made here." And the poor queen stood up with her boy in her arms and said, "Here is my son. We are both with you and will do as you choose for us." Then the folk gave a great cheer, and all sang a hymn of praise. But that was the last day of hope and joy for the poor king and queen. The hate of all kings was too strong, and on the 15th of August, 1792, the National Assembly said by vote that Louis XVI was no more the King of France, and they took the rule of things in their own hands. For the next 4 or 5 years there is not to tell of France, but what would chill the blood and make the heart ache. They had no king, it is true, but there was a reign, which is known as the Reign of Terror. Not all the men who had sat on the throne had brought such scenes of blood and woe to the land as did this new king, Terror. The mob which now had the rule were like folks got loose from a madhouse. Their rage was so fierce at the king and queen, who had done no harm and whom were made to pay for all the wrongs they had borne from the old kings and queens who were dead and gone. They took them and shut them up in a place called the Temple, and were rough with them, and gave them rough words and hard fare, and kept a watch on them day and night. This was borne in a mild, sweet way that might have won their hard hearts, but there was no spell that could change these coarse, vile men. The troops had all gone to the side of the mob, and there was no one to save the poor king and queen. The 3 men who led the mob had a thirst for blood, and it would seem that they thought the best way to rule was to make a clean sweep and kill all who had the old rights. The names of these 3 were Danton, Robespierre, and Marat, and no one at first had strength to stand in their way. There was a man by the name of Guillotine, who had a thing that would cut off heads quick with small pain. This thing, which went by his name, was set up in a place in Paris, and went to work to cut off all the heads of the old race. The king was brought up that they might try him, and they said that he must die. A mob was at the door, and gave vent to the worst threats if they should dare to try and save him. The king bore this news in a calm way. He saw his queen and son, and when they gave vent to cries and sobs, he strove to soothe them, and said he would see them the next day. Ah, that sad goodbye went to the hearts of all who saw it. Then he sought a priest, and at last he went to bed and slept till 5 in the morn. Then he got up. A fire was lit, and he fell on his knees to pray, and took the bread and wine from the hands of the priest. He rose then as brave as a just man who fears God should be. He sent words of cheer to his friends, and some of his hair to his wife and dear ones. There was a line of men in arms on each side as he rode by, and no one said a word. But when he came to the place where he was to lose his life, the vile mob set up a yell. When he stood up, bound to face the crowd, he said, "I die at peace with all." He would have said more, but the roll of drums came, and his voice could not be heard. His priest said, as the night fell, "Son of St. Louis, rise to God." And so Louis XVI drew his last breath. When this dark crime was known, all the world flew to arms, and France had hard work with her foes at home and those from all lands. She had slain one of the best men who had sat on her throne, and his death is a stain on her fair fame that all the years cannot wash out. The queen was put to death in 8 months from that time. It was said that her hair had grown white with grief. Her boy and girl had been torn from her long ere this, and she had been left in the poor room of a jail to the guard of rough men, so she must have been glad to die. From that time the guillotine kept at work. Carts full were brought each day, high and low, rich and poor, young girls and old men, all whom the National Assembly chose to doom. Old dames took their work and kept count of the rows they knit by the heads that fell in the dust. Each town set up a guillotine of its own, save the Nancy's, where the poor things were left to drown, and at Lyons, where they set them in the square and shot them down with grape shot. At first the hate was for the rich and great, but in the end the mob took whom they chose. If a man had a spite at someone, he would go and give his name to the National Assembly, and his head would be cut off with no loss of time. So that at last none were sure of their lives. No one went to church or kept the Lord's Day. They gave new names to the days of the week and the months of the year. They had no fear of God or love of man. The whole land had gone mad. Those who led the mob came last to feel its rage in their turn. Murat came to his death by a stab from a brave girl who thought she could thus put an end to such crimes. Her name was Charlotte Corday, and she lost her life for this act. Robespierre, who had a fear of Danton, had him put to death, and at last met the same fate. He was thrown in jail and would have made an end of his own life. But the shot did not kill him. It broke his jaw, and for a day he had to bear great pain. He knew his rule was at an end. He had heard the mob cry, "Down with him, down with him." He had now in his turn to taste the cup which he had made such a vast crowd drink. When he was led out with his head and cloth red with blood stains, the cries of the mob met him on all sides. It was like one great curse. When the knife fell on his head, a great shout of joy went up to the skies. France drew breath once more. The reign of terror was past. You know, the king had one son, Louis. He was a boy of 8 at this time, and his fate was a sad one. He had been torn from all dear to him and put in charge of a brute by the name of Simon. Simon was told he was not to kill the boy, but he might get rid of him. It was meant that he might treat him as he chose, in the hope that bad air, bad food, and blows would make an end of him. He was a bright boy at first, and you may think how sad it was for him to be shut up in 4 walls with no books or toys, and no one to speak to save the wretch who came him naught but blows. He grew weak and sick at last, and lay on some straw full of filth. He had not the strength to wash, and he grew to be one mass of sores and dirt. He did not dare to ask help lest the vile man should come and strike him. His mind gave way at last, and he would not speak. For at one time they had made out that he had said vile things about the queen, and from that hour he would not say one word. He had a strong will to do this. 1 whole year this poor child of a king had to bear his hard lot. Then death came to him, and he went to that home where there are no more tears, for God shall wipe them from our eyes. There, we trust, the poor child who found no peace on earth will reign at last, heir to the king who wore the crown of thorns. End of chapter 21. Read by Grace Bangkok, 8th of May, 2025.
Chapter 22 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Briar Nova. History of France in One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 22. Napoleon. France at this time had a great deal on its hands, for all the lands had gone to war with them. Their men fought in a brave way, and it did seem as if no one could beat them. A young man by the name of Napoleon Bonaparte, who had been in Corsica, but had been taught in a school in France, came to the front in this war. Once when the mob strove to bring back the old Reign of Terror, he came with his grape shot and made them see in a clear way that their rule was at an end. The French with Napoleon at their head won all sides. They beat the Germans, and he made up his mind that he would lead his troops to the north of Italy and sent them out there. It was a great feat in those days to cross the Alps, for there were no roads, naught but small paths where one horse might go. But Napoleon led his men in a safe way and won great fame by it. His plan was to get all his troops in a place and strike his foes with one grand blow. The Germans did not know how to fight that way, and he took them when they did not think of it and put them to rout and won all Lombardy, which he set up as a free state with France to help her. In the meantime, France had had all sorts of rule, but the one that held on the best had the name of Directory. When Napoleon came back from Italy, he got the Directory to send him to Egypt that he might try to gain the East and drive out the English from India. He did gain the fight of the pyramids, but the ships that he had left on the coast were all set on by the English fleet with Nelson at its head. He took the 8 ships, and they were all burned or sunk but 2 which were left to take the sad news home. This was known as the Fight of the Nile. The Sultan, who held Egypt as his own, sent out troops to fight the French, and Bonaparte went to meet him halfway in the Holy Land. There he took Jaffa, but was met by the English and had to turn back. His troops fell sick and there was a want of food, but he led them back to Egypt and won a new fight. But he heard news from home that made it plain to him that he should go there. The French, it would seem, had gone to work to stir up a war in Rome and Naples. The Pope was held in France and the King of Naples had fled. The Directory could not rule the folks, and Napoleon felt the need so great that he took ship at once, left all his troops in Egypt, and went home. He was met with joy on all sides, and the land was full of his praise. He soon got the folks to change the Directory and put the rule in the hands of 3 men who should have the name of consuls. He was to be the first consul. He made his home at the Tuileries and kept up a state like the old court. He had a wife whose name was Josephine, who was kind and full of grace, and did much to win the love of all. Napoleon gave the folks rest at home and won their wars in all lands, and that was what was sure to please them. He won back all that had been lost in Italy and put the Austrians to rout there in a grand fight known as the Fight of Marengo, 14th of July, 1800. Austria made peace once more, and there was no land at war with France but England. She won all at sea as France did by land. There was a short peace, known as the Peace of Amiens, but Napoleon did not keep it long. And as soon as he made up his mind to fight, he set to work to seize all Englishmen who went through his land and kept them till the end of the war. By this time he had made up his mind that he would take things all in his own hands and be the emperor. The folks were proud of him, but he had made them fear him, so no one rose to check him when he had the crown set on his head with great pomp in the church of Notre Dame in 1804. The Pope was there, but Napoleon put the crown on his own head. It was a wreath of gold leaves. He drew up a fine code of laws for France, which are in use to this day and are known by his name, the Code Napoleon. His strength of mind did much to make France strong, but England would not own his right to rule, and that made him hate her more and more. He got troops to go into that land, but the English fleet with Nelson at the head would not let his ships cross, but took them all in the great fight known as the Fight of Trafalgar. October 21st, 1805. But in Austria, the French won at Ulm, and then they beat the Prussians at Jena. Napoleon was quite harsh to the Queen Louisa of Prussia when she came to get as good terms as she could for her land, and the seed was then sown that was to bear fruit in a strong hate in the years to come. Russia came forth to help, but they too lost 2 fights which made them long for peace. Napoleon was a great man at the head of his troops, but he was not great at all times, for at times he had shown a hard heart and a lack of truth. Still he swept all foes from his path and set those of his own kin on the thrones of the world. He had no heir, and this was a great grief to him, for he felt sure that he would have the crown of France to leave to his son. He sent off his good, kind wife Josephine and wed a young girl of the House of Austria, Maria Louise by name. There was great joy when a son was born to him, but all his good luck had left him with Josephine. the poor boy, who bore the name of King of Rome, did not wear a crown and had no land to rule. He set out with all his troops to bring Russia to terms and won one fight. Then he made his way to Moscow, but its own folk set it on fire so that he could not stay there. Russia is a cold land, and the storms and frost came on. The men had to take their march through deep snowstorms with not much to eat, and their pains were more than they could bear. To crown all, Napoleon left them in this strange land and made haste back to Paris, for the Prussians had come out in their strength while he was gone. Though he made a strong stand and won the fight of Leipzig, he had Russia and Prussia and Austria for his foes. And they drove him back inch by inch. It would seem as if all the world had made a vow to crush him. He said he would give up his crown to his son, but the Allies would not take these terms. So he had to yield and give up all. They took him to a small isle by the name of Elba, where they kept him like a prince. But his proud heart would not let him rest. Josephine is said to have felt so much grief at his fall that it was the cause of her death. The young wife, Maria Louise, went back to the Austrian court and does not seem to have sought help for him. The Allies went on to Paris, and it was left to France to say who should rule them. Those who had a wish for the old kings took the lead, and they sent for Louis XVIII and Charles, Count of Artois, who were the next heirs to the throne. Louis XVIII was an old man full of guile, and he meant to do all he could to please France and keep it at peace. But the Count of Artois was stiff and cold, and the court was a dull one. The folk did not like to have to give up what Napoleon had won from all lands, as they had to do. He had brought back grand things and set them up in Louvre. Now each of these had to be sent back to its right place. The lands, too, could not be kept, and the Allies met at Vienna to see what they should do with them. In the midst of this came the news that their old foe was on them once more. Napoleon had got free and was in France. It was like a bolt from a clear sky. He made out to land, and all the troops were wild with joy. They threw down the white flag, and his name rang out with shouts. Not one of them could be got to fight him. Louis XVIII had to flee, and in a short time Napoleon had the reins in his own hands. But the Allies got a great force, and Napoleon fought England and Prussia for 4 days. But the Duke of Wellington won in the great fight of Waterloo. Napoleon sought to fly to America, but at last had to give up, and they took him in an English ship, where he was kept till the Allies should fix his fate. They made up their minds that they would send him where he could not vex them more. There was a lone isle in the great sea of the Atlantic. The waves swept it at all sides, and there the great Napoleon was left to fret out his life. The Englishman who had the rule of this isle of St. Helena saw him each day to make sure that he did not get free. 6 years of this, which was like death in life to the proud man, brought all to an end. They made him a lone grave in that wind-swept isle. He had fought his last fight, and there he slept his last sleep for a time. But long years gone, they brought him to Paris, and he was laid in great pomp in a church there. Of course, all those whom Napoleon had set on thrones were put down from them. Murat did try to get back Naples, but he was shot. All the rest gave up in peace. Maria Louise had her son brought up at the Austrian court. He was known as the Duke of Reichstadt, but did not live to old age. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 23. Kings Once More. The troops of England worked 3 years in France to help her king if there should be need. Marshal Ney, one of Napoleon's headmen, was shot, but all the rest were let go. Prince Talleyrand, a man of great strength of mind and great guile, gave his aid to the king. Louis XVI had made up his mind that he would please France so that he might keep the crown till his death. He gave them good laws, but he said he gave them by his free grace as a king. Charles of Artois held fast to the old ways, and as he was the next higher, the folk had a dread of the time when he should reign. He had 3 sons. The best one was shot by a wretch in the street and was dead in a few hours. France was worn out with wars, so there is not much to tell of this reign. The old king was in bad health, but he still kept up much of the state of French court. He was fond of court forms and would not give up the least of them, though he was quite ill. The time came when he could not walk, and then Charles had to do all for him. He had the sense to dread the love of Charles for the strong rule of the old kings. When he found that he must die, he put his hand on the head of the grandson of Charles, who was but 4 years old, and said, "Let Charles X take care of the crown of France for this child." His death was in September 1824. Charles X had been a gay youth in the times when Maria Antoinette had kept her small court at Trianon. He had been with her in the bright days when she had the play farm, and the young folks would make cheese or milk the cows in sport. But the sad days he had seen had made a grave, stern man of him. He was a strict Catholic and had the wish to bring all the old ways back once more. He made the Pope and priests his guides. France went to the help of the Greeks at this time as they sought to get free from the rule of the Turks. The Prussian, English, and French troops put the Turks to rout at Navarino, and Greece was free to set up its own rule. On the sea, where the Moors had been wont to rob all the ships, France and England swept the thieves from the place and put an end to them. But no joy was felt in France at all this, for all were in a rage, and each mourned when the news came out. The press found fault and laid all sorts of crimes to the charge of those in rule. So, on the 26th of July 1830, the king put forth a law that the press should not be free, but must let all be read by his chief men ere it was put in print. This was a firebrand in the land. The best men sought to make the king change his mind, but he would not at first. Then, when all Paris was at war and had fought with his troops for what is known as the 3 days of July, he gave way. But it was too late then, and he had to give up and fly for his life. He went first to Scotland, but he came back to France no more. The child who was his heir has been known as Hen-ry V, but he has not worn the crown. End of chapter 23, read by Vaibhav Sunder, Lucknow, 24th January 2026.
Chapter 24 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lucy Bickley. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 24. Louis-Philippe. All the land was in a sad state at this time and did not know what to choose. Some said they would have no king at all, but a free land like the United States. Some thought they would like to have a king who would rule by the voice of his folks, as in England. So at last they gave the crown to Louis-Philippe, who came of the old line of Bourbon. He took the name of the citizen king. He had seen hard times in his life, and once he had to teach in a school to earn his bread. He had once been in America, where he had a fall from a horse. He took a lance and drew the blood with such skill that the folks in that lone place sought to keep him with them to care for them when they were ill. So Louis-Philippe was made king. They told him that he must take the crown, not as the heir of it, but as the free gift of the folks, that he was to be king of the French, not king of France, and his son should not be a dauphin, but Duke of Orleans, and that there should be peers who would have a voice in the rule, as they had in England. Thus the Revolution of the 3 days of July came to an end. The citizen king put in use the red, white, and blue flag of the old Revolution, and the cock of Gaul, but not the old blue shield with its gold fleur-de-lis, to show that he would reign not as a son of the old line, but by the voice of the folk. Much was done to please the land. Railways were laid down, and steamboats came in, and all the arts grew. At Lyon silk was made, and Paris grew to be the chief mart for dress in the world. All that France once made in her wars had been lost, and Louis-Philippe thought it would be well to form some new states and get the ships in good trim once more. So, to Algeria, a band of men were sent who had fierce fights with the Arabs. As soon as a grant of land had been made, the Arabs would fall on the farm in the night and rob and burn all. So guards had to be kept all round in the forts. The Arabs were as brave as the French, and they had one great chief who held out and fought till the end of Louis-Philippe's reign. Louis-Philippe did his best to keep all Paris in a good mood, for he knew he could not reign if he did not please them. By this time the old wars and all the woe they brought were not kept in mind, and the French thought but of the grand things Napoleon had done for them. So, to please them, the king had the corpse brought from St. Helena. It was borne through the streets in a car, and the king and his sons went with it to the church, where a grand tomb was built, and there was a place for all his kin to rest by the great man's side. But, do all he could, France would not rest. Those who kept shops had a great deal of trade and made much wealth, and this woke the hate of the workmen, who had to toil by day. They said that wealth should be put in shares, and all should have the same, that it was a sin for one man to have more than the next man. These men took red for their badge, and they made a plot to kill the king as he rode out. The king was not hurt, but there were some that met their death. The queen was kind and good, and did all she could to make all love her, and the head man at the court was Guizot, who was a staunch old Huguenot. But France was split up in all sorts of ways, and would not be at peace. At last, when the folk did not get their own way in all things, they got up a new mob. The National Guard came out, but did naught for the king. They went on the side of the mob. The troops would still have fought, but Louis-Philippe would not have blood shed for him. He sent word that he would give up the throne to his grandson, and he left France and got safe to England. France would have naught to do with the child whom he had left as his heir, and they all found a home and kind friends in England, where they spent the rest of their lives. Louis-Philippe's death was in 1849. Louis-Philippe had fled from France, and there was a time of doubt and dread. No one knew what to do or what sort of rule to fix on to please all. There was a young man who wrote well and said wise things to the folk at this time, but there was a sort of mob rule, and he could not do much. His name was Lamartine, and you may still see the books he wrote. The worst part of the mob were those who went by the name of Red Republicans. They were the ones who said there should be no rich men, but all have the same. They were, for the most part, men who did not take to work, yet they had a wish to share all their friends could earn. They could not be kept at peace. They would seize all the carts and cabs they could lay their hands on and tie them with ropes so as to form a line that would cross the whole street. They would pull up the stones of the pave and build them up in a sort of bank with earth. To this they gave the name of a barricade, and when the top and back of this had a throng of men and boys on it, with all sorts of arms in their hands, it was hard to get them down. In June 1848, there were 3 hard days of barricades. Those who wore the red badge fought those who wore the red, white and blue. The good archbishop, who went out on one of these days to try and make peace, was shot in the back and lived but a few hours. At last the Reds were put down, but there had been much bloodshed. At this time the folk in Rome rose up in wrath at their Pope, Pius IX, and he had to fly. France sent troops to his help and took Rome, and the Pope had his throne once more. The French left a strong force to keep him there. The Reds still made much strife at home, and all sides had fear of them, and would give up much if they could be kept down. At last they made up their minds to have the same sort of rule as in America. That is, no kings, but a president who would rule by the voice of the folk. They chose Louis Napoleon, who was the son of Louis Napoleon Bonaparte. In course of time, he got them to change his name of president to first consul. Men saw then what was to come, but most were glad to have a strong hand to rule them and to have some peace and rest. The next time the mob rose, Louis Napoleon was on hand first. He set troops all round them so that he could fire down each street and sweep it clear. Ere the mob had time to do harm, he had cut them down, and he took those who led and had them put to death or sent out of the land. This had the name in French of coup d'état, or stroke of state, and from that day Louis Napoleon did as he chose, and none durst set him at naught. End of chapter 24. Read by Lucy Bickley, Saint-Rémy de Provence, on the 24th of April, 2026.
Chapter 25 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 25, A New Rule. In 1852, all France had a vote to choose if they would have a free state or not. Each man, rich and poor, if he were not in jail for a crime, had a voice in this. The end was that Louis Napoleon was made emperor, with the name Napoleon III. He took for his wife a dame of high rank by the name of Eugenie, and she won all hearts, by her charms of face and form and her kind ways. The court was kept in great state, and much pomp and love of dress was shown, so that Paris set the modes for the world. She had one son, known as the Prince Imperial. The emperor held the reins with a strong hand. He made Paris grand and fine. He tore up the small poor streets and made broad new ones, and did not pave them with stones, but with a sort of stuff that could not be torn down by a mob. He took down some of the old landmarks, but that was when they stood in the way of his plans. He had the wish to be known as the Napoleon of peace, as the first one had been known as the Napoleon of war, but he found it hard to keep peace at all times. Russia just then had made a plan to take Turkey. England did not choose that this should be, and with the French made a march on a strong town by the name of Sebastopol. There was a great fight fought there, and they laid siege to Sebastopol. The Russians came out and made a raid on the camp at Inkerman. The cold part of the year came on, and the poor men in the camp had hard times with the cold and frost. But in the spring the English fought at Redan, and the French won at Malakoff, and a peace was made on the terms that Sebastopol should have no forts from that time, and no fleet or troops should be kept there. These two lands, which had been foes so long, were now fast friends. The emperor had a love for England, for he had found a home there when he had none in his own land. In Italy at this time the French got Nice as a gift from Victor Emmanuel for their help to make him king. In Mexico there had been for years no law, and it was full of all sorts of crimes. There were those who thought they would like a prince to rule them, so the French said they would help them, and they sent out Maximilian, a prince of the house of Austria, and his young wife. Maximilian would not go there till he was sure he was the choice of the land, but when he got there he found the Mexicans not of one mind at all. There were those who did not want him to rule them, and when the troops of France left, these fierce, bad men rose up and took Maximilian and shot him. His poor wife lost her mind from grief. They were a good and true young pair, and they would have done what was right by all. Their fate is one of the most sad tales of the time. Though the emperor had made out to rule in peace so long, he could not quench the hate of the Reds. He had lost some of his good friends, and his own health was not of the best. He put it to vote in all France as to who should have the rule when he was gone, and the vote was for his son, so he felt safe. But just at that time Prussia had shown great strength, and France had some fear that it might take back some of the land that lies on the Rhine. Spain had made Queen Isabella fly for her life, and the men here thought that they would take one of the houses of Prussia for their king. This woke all France, and there was a cry that the pride of Prussia must be put down. The emperor saw that his sole chance to please the folk was by war. He did not know the state of the troops, and so they went off in high glee with song and shouts, and the emperor took his young son with him, but he did not share their joy. All who were near him saw that he was both ill and sad. It was in the lands of the Rhine that this war was to be fought. In a small fight at Worth, the French won, and much was made of this. The Prince Imperial was made to fire the first blast. The worst sign was that no one told the truth. The emperor did not know the state of the troops. The French at home did not know how things went on, and they thought they had beat the Prussians and would soon be at Berlin. Instead of this, there was a great fight at Sedan that went on day by day till the French were in such a bad plight, and all chance of flight cut off, that the emperor and all fell in the hands of the Prussian. He had sent his son to England when he saw how things might be. When the sad news came to Paris, all rose up in wrath and grief, and said they would have a free state, and no more emperors. All Eugenie's best friends could do for her was to help her pass out of home in a plain black dress, get in a fly, and drive to the cars. From there she soon got to England. MacMahon and all the troops that were in Sudan were sent off to Germany and held there. The men in France had a strange joy at the thought that they were rid of the emperor, and went all round to knock off the great crowns with N on them that stood for his name. The foe was on their own ground, but they still thought they could beat him, and each man took up what arms he could find, and this band took the name of Garde Mobile. But the Prussians gave out that they would treat the real troops with the rights of war, but these men who had come out from the mob to fight should be shot down at once. They gave out that they would not hurt those who did not fight in the towns through which they went, but if they were shot at from a house, they would burn it and kill all in it. The Prussians, it may be, meant to be just, but they were hard, and their men set to work to rob as they went. Their king took up his place in the grand old home of kings, Versailles, and laid siege to Paris. He cut off all food, and they could not hear from their friends, save by means of one of those globes full of gas, which they could send up in the air. One of their chiefs, Gambetta, came out in one of these to try and cheer the hearts of the rest of France, and get them to come to the help of Paris. There were birds, too, that could bear notes or news in print so small that it had to be read through a glass. In the meantime the poor folk ate up all their stores, and when the beef and lamb and veal were gone, they did not scorn to dine off a horse or cat or dog. The flour was full of sawdust, and it did seem as the cold came on that they must both freeze and starve. The town gave out each day some food to the folk, and they had to go and stand in the cold long hours to wait their turn. Then they would get a bit of black bread, like coarse clay, full of straw, and some bones. It may be that they were not fresh, to boil for soup. All the time the shells fell thick and fast from the Prussian camp, and tore through roofs to wound or kill all whom they struck. The great towns of Strasbourg and Metz were in the hands of the foe, and all hope of help from them were gone. The troops in the south and west were not heard from. All were full of fears, and there was not a want of trust on both sides. The Reds would not trust the rest, and each thought that they would be led by some fraud into the hands of the foe. There was one bright spot in the gloom, and that was the band of the Red Cross, who were on hand night and day to aid the sick and to help those who were in need. At last terms had to be made. The King of Prussia said they must give up Paris, but he would not grieve their pride by a march through its streets with the troop. He would go in with no one else. They must give back the states of Alsace and Lorraine that had been German in the old days. The Prussian troops were to be left a year in France and a great fine paid. Great stores of food and firewood were sent in at once to Paris, and all who were held in Germany were set free with the emperor. He went at once to England. When these terms were known, as the Reds were in a great rage. They said that they had been sold into the hands of the foe, and they would not give up their arms, and were not bound by such terms. They shut the gates and made a barricade in the streets, and built up works from which they could fire. The rest drew off to Versailles to wait those who had been set free, and the Reds had it all their own way. One wild deed was that they shot down 2 great men who had led in the siege and done their best to keep down mobs. These men, who did not love law, set up what they chose to call the Commune. They were workmen or tradesmen, and there was one man of good blood who was as fierce as the rest. All the old pride in the name of Bonaparte was lost in hate, so that the great stone in the Place Vendôme, which told of the fights he had won, was thrown down. They were mad at all laws and all rights, just as the mob in the old Reign of Terror had been. Each priest was thrust out of his church, and the good nuns who took care of the sick had to leave them. All that was good and great was a mark for their hate. But the Commune held out, and made men fight, or they would give them no food. The shops were all shut up, and no one could earn aught. At last, when the troops from Versailles made their way in, these madmen set fire to their own town. The Hôtel de Ville was soon in a blaze, and so was the Tuileries. It was said that the wives of these vile men went to their help and threw in things to make the fire burn. Those who came in were full of rage to see their own Paris, so dear to the heart of French men, set on fire by this mob. So as they fought their way in, they sent a blast of fire down each street. The Commune made a last stand at Père Lachaise and fought like wolves. Great herds of them were shot at once, and some were sent to far-off lands. So the Commune came to an end in fire and blood, and peace had reigned once more. Thiers was made president, and he set things right as well as he could. Napoleon III was dead in England. France was still not of one mind, and there was a large part who still had a wish for the old kings to come back. So they sent to ask the heir to the throne, Count de Chambord, if he would be the sort of king that Louis Philippe had been. But he said if he came to the throne, it must be to rule as those of his line had done, by the right that had come to them from God, and not from the choice of men. He would be a king of France, not the king of the French. And he would wear the white flag of the Bourbons, and not the red, white, and blue. And he would serve the Pope as though he were his son. When they heard this, they made up their minds that they would have a free land and a president, and they chose Marshal MacMahon. End of chapter 25. A New Rule.
Chapter 26 of History of France in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. France of Today. A new law went in force January the 1st, 1873. By it, each man is bound to serve in war, if there should be need of him, for a term of twice 10 years. The cause of the Republic grew in strength through this year. The term of Marshal MacMahon came to an end in peace, and Monsieur Jules Grévy was made president in his stead. Monsieur Thiers, who had done so much for France in the time of her sore need, drew his last breath on the 3rd of September, 1877. In the meantime, the young Bonaparte, known still as the Prince Imperial, had grown up in his English home. He had had an English master when a child, so he spoke English as his own tongue. He had been a shrewd child, and once said, "I take off my hat to the folks of Paris, for they are so quick to take off one's crown if they do not like him." He grew up a bright youth, quick to learn, brave, and full of fire. He would ride a horse that none else could curb, and was glad of a chance to dare, to show of what stuff he was made. His heart was set on the aim to win back France one day, and it was his great wish to learn to rule his land well. It was not thought right at first that he should serve in English wars, but when there was strife with the Zulus in Africa, he could not rest. He made so strong a plea that in the end he had his own way. They gave him leave to go, not so much to fight as to look on, to see as much as he could of the war. He set off with some of his school friends with great joy. He was in some sort in charge of men more wise and grave than he, who were to see that he ran no risks. At first they did not let him take part in the fights, but this did not suit him at all. In the end, his zeal led him on to his death. On June the 1st, 1879, he set out with 6 men and 1 Zulu, who was a friend. He had a day or two ere this felt, as he said, his blood boil, when he heard an old boast that 1 Englishman was worth 5 Frenchmen. He rode out to choose a ground to camp on the next night. Soon some of the men came back at full speed, and said that the Zulus had come on them. All was safe but 2 men and the young prince. The last time known of him, He had been seen to run by the side of his horse, which had made a dash from him in fear. He had sought to mount, but no one had gone to his help. They sent men out to seek him, and there he was found dead, his back to the bank, his face to the foe, with all his wounds in front to show what a brave fight he had made. So, in a strange land, by the hand of a black, in a small fight for those who were not French, the boy who was born to a throne met his death. They took him to his old home in England, and his pall was borne by more than one prince, while the Queen sent wreaths to be laid on his bier. The hopes of those who still held to the cause of the Bonapartes had a great blow in his death. Prince Napoleon is now held as the head of the Bonapartes. In 1880, a bill went in force to bring back all who had been sent out of France for their share in the deeds of the Commune. Rochefort was one of the chief ones who came back, and he was met by a great crowd who went with him through the streets of Paris with songs and shouts for the Republic. Gambetta, who was a man who knew no fear and had long led a great part of the French folk, came to his death in the year 1882. All heard of this with a great throb of fear, lest with this man's death the Republic should fall to bits. But it stood firm and grew more strong day by day. The way in which France has grown and paid off her debts has shown the world what is in her. Trade has found new strength. Gold is not scarce, and the troops have been put in good trim. All that the Commune tore or burnt down is built up, and today France may take her old proud place in the ranks. Paris has put on once more her gay look. The wide streets with their grand shops on each side, where all that taste is seen that we call French, the gay cafes with their gilt and glass, here and there a church old and quaint with the rust of years, or a park where there are walks and green trees, or small lakes where a child can push its toy boat, all tell of good cheer and a land of peace. Where the guillotine stood, and the heads of kings and queens once fell, founts a scene now whose bright spray leaps up in the light. It is the mode in Paris to live in flats. Each flat is shut off from the rest, and has all the rooms of which one can have need. There is a great door on the ground floor, and a man lives there who sees and knows all who mount the stairs. In the old towns, and out at field work, life is hard for the poor in France. They live on black bread for the most part, and do not taste meat once a week. Some earn but a franc a day, and it takes half that to buy the black bread. They wear shoes of wood, known as sabots, and the clank of them is great as they go up the steps of a church on a feast day. The good wife may be seen to spin or knit as she goes through the street. It may be at the same time she has a milk pan or loaves of bread on her back. She works too in the fields like a man. There is a plan on foot to build a new Suez Canal that shall help the old one. One will be for the ships that come from the Red Sea, and one for the ships that go there. For some time there have been signs of a storm in the shape of a war with China. Long since, in the year 1870, it was said that China had not kept good faith with France, and that the Emperor of Annam had been slow to guard the rights of Frenchmen, and that thieves had full swing in his realm. So Napoleon III sent troops to keep the peace and take care of the rights of Frenchmen. They took 1 or 2 towns and laid siege to more, so that at last Tuduc had to cede all the land which is now known as French Cochin China. In 1874 there was a new bond made by which Tuduc gave a pledge that he would not make a move save when he had first found out the will of the French, that Christians should be free to serve God in their own way, and that the French ships should have free course through the great stream of the place known as the Red Sea, which runs through the heart of a land rich in plants and ore. The folks of Tonquin hate the French, and have shown that hate more than once. In May 1883, they made a rush at the French troops as they went out of the fort, and the chief of the French with some of his men met their death. This news made a great stir in Paris, and from that time there have been threats of war on both sides. The French have sent more troops to Tonquin, and there has been a vote for more funds. They say that Annam must own the right of the French to have a say in the rule of the land, or there will be war. France has made a gift to the United States of a goddess of liberty, known as the Bartholdi statue. It is of great size and will have its place on one of the isles in New York Bay. There it will point out to rich and poor from all lands the way to a new home, where all have the same rights and there are no laws to keep the poor man down. It will show, too, that France and the United States, the two great republics of the world, are firm friends. End of chapter 26. End of History of France in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson.